right. What's up, everybody? I decided to go ahead and go live right now, even though the debate has not officially started just yet. I think I have the appropriate browser up for viewing the presidential debate right now because I think I've been reading up that ABC News is the one to be broadcasting it. But I feel like that I have been like holding this off for long enough right now as far as um, the anticipation goes. I scheduled this a little bit early because I thought that maybe I could like have some of my guests on, some co-hosts on, so that we could do a little bit of pre-commentary. And then nobody has joined yet. That was a bit. Oh, there's fat ass Christy right there. But anyway, so I thought, well, why not? I'll just go ahead and go live early, anyways, even though things are not lining up exactly how I want them to, and maybe give a little bit of preamble, a little bit of pre-debate commentary right now. So, and what I kind of want to give a little bit of pre-debate commentary on is I think what it is going to come down to on whether or not that I vote for Trump or just abstain from voting entirely is further clarification or otherwise on his statements of suspending the United States Constitution. Because that's a scary precedent. Like, I don't care for what reason it was that he said that he was one to do that. And that being, of course, his claims about the election being stolen, yada, yada. I mean, you do not go putting off the entirety of the bill that is supposed to also, in large part, protect the rights of the American people, aside from that of voting and elections, just because of the fact that you lost one election. That's just, yeah. I mean, it just opens the door wide open for too much scary shit to happen. Just you're gonna like suspend the Constitution over that. I did like read one article that gone quoting the statement because I believe it was Truth Social of where that he mainly said that thing, and so but the thing is that the particular article that I read it from seemed to almost to have a little bit maybe of a left-leaning bent or something, and so I thought that I would like find something else. The problem is though is I cannot find any other article that is from like a right-leaning website, news site, to that goes talking about this subject matter. Like, not hardly, anyways. It doesn't show up anywhere on my DuckDuckGo search. Like, either DuckDuckGo is about as biased as Google is with what search results that they want to show, or every single like right-leaning website is just either like suppressing their own selves in the algorithm because they don't want to like shoot Trump in the foot too much, but at the same time they want to report about the truth, and the truth being that Trump said what he said, or they're just not reporting it at all because it makes Trump look bad, or they don't think that it is a subject worth talking about or otherwise. I know that I did not like go out speaking out about the issue. Although then again, I think that the time that Trump made that statement was actually when I was still in my big ass hiatus at the mid time of Biden's term in office. But I think I am going to go out of my way and search for specifically Washington Examiner, good old Washington Examiner that I trust. And despite them maybe having a bit of a right-leaning bias, they still have shown some ways to be unbiased. See what they have to say about that statement from Trump. Trump suspending the Constitution. Search. Do I have anybody that jumped on here? No. I didn't hear the tone go off, so there was that. But at the same time, I know that there have been a few times before that I haven't been able to hear very well the tone go off on my StreamYard browser whenever somebody does join. either because I'm just not hearing it or because the Constitution is more important than any former president. Okay. This is from Washington Examiner. I might actually go ahead and go reading this particular article. I think I'm just gonna put everything else on hold and go ahead and read this article that I found. This is from Washington Examiner, and this was posted back in December 5th of 2022. So this would have been like a lot closer to when that Trump made the original statement. And it might be a bit of an opinion piece by the wording of the title of this article, but still, it's Washington Examiner, so I don't think that the particular website will be too biased against Trump. But as I was saying, the Constitution is more important than any former president. Now that former President Donald Trump has called for the suspension of the Constitution when it suits his ends, every elected Republican should ostracize him. Nobody who advocates the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, as Trump did over the weekend, should hold public office. Well, to be fair, it's not like Trump. I don't know. A person could go ahead and here. Let me pull up the one former article that I pulled up a little bit earlier. Actually, now that I think about it, the last article that I read about this was a Fox LA article. So I don't know if it's like that biased against Trump. Where is it? Was this it? Where the heck is it? I know that I read this particular article just earlier. Call for rebuked for call to suspend U.S. Constitution. Republicans are going to have to work out their issues with the former president. Trump, who is the first to be impeached, blah, 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 blah. That's about Trump's comments Sunday. Representative Mike Turnon of Ohio, blah, blah, blah. There's a political process that has to go forward before anybody is a front runner or anybody is even the candidate for the party. That's still not a statement from Trump. The American Constitution is a sacrosanct document. Spokesman Andrew Bates. That's still not the particular statement. Dang it! I know that I read it somewhere. Maybe it wasn't this article. Maybe it was this one from ctvnews.com. And again, I don't think that I read through the entirety of this article. Why can't I find it? Sorry for the dead air, people. Blah, 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 blah. I already read that part. Breeze through that part. Breeze through that part. You cannot only love America when you win. Come on, was it? Parts of the Constitution over his life. Okay, I don't know why it was so hard for me to find it, but here it is. The original statement, Trump, who announced it last month that he is running again for president, made the claim over the weekend on his Truth Social media platform. Yeah, so it was Truth Social. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, he wrote. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. So that was the exact verbatim statement right there. And it's pretty bad right off the bat. So one could, if they really wanted to, try and fidget their way around it to say that it is not an advocacy, much less an explicit advocacy for that Trump is making for suspending the U.S. Constitution. But then again, there is a possible implication that he in fact does. I think it's about to start here soon. We're just going to wait until they start to walk onto the stage, and then we will go ahead and unmute it and just review and react to it. But for right now, I started this Washington Examiner article, and I'm going to try to quickly finish it. Oh, there it is. You know what? I think we will go ahead and pause it right there. Nobody who advocates the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, as Trump did over the weekend, should hold public office. Now, I guess one thing that would heavily imply that he does want to do it is the fact of where that he goes saying in the second part of his Truth Social post, our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. For one, cite which founder it was that actually said that you can just throw away the Constitution in the toilet, that you can just basically burn the Constitution because of one person having a stolen election, allegedly, at least anyways. Which Constitution would it have been exactly? Otherwise, I don't really, I mean, yeah, the founders had multiple other reasons that they would want the government overthrown or at least violently resisted against. But specifically the throwing away of the Constitution, the document that's supposed to protect the people from the government? No, that is a completely different thing from advocating for an overthrow of the government as it currently stands, as it currently tyrannically stands, or anything like that. So, yeah, I really don't think that statement holds water from Trump. But anyway, I need to finish this Examiner article right here. So that was just me explaining that of where that I think that the implication is that Trump may well want to suspend the Constitution because he had an election supposedly stolen from him. I mean, let me also add a massive disclaimer right here, folks. If his election was factually stolen from, I don't care. Do not suspend the U.S. Constitution. There are multiple other things that the U.S. Constitution covers and protects, for that matter, other than just one man's election. And I do not think that those other things, all those other bigger things, should be put in danger because we want to throw away the U.S. Constitution just because of this one little thing that the Constitution covers and so forth. And so because of that, because of Trump's advocacy right there, unless he wants to give some very humble clarification or walk back of that statement, I don't think I want to be voting for Trump. I might just abstain from this election entirely because what I'm trying to say, I reluctantly, why was I struggling to find that word? I reluctantly voted for Trump because of other issues that I favored him over Biden at the time in 2020. Before this very election cycle, he did not say anything as dangerous as this statement that we are talking about right here. So anyway, finish up the article very quickly and then we'll get on with it. As Trump did over the weekend, nobody who advocates the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, as Trump did over the weekend, should hold public office, ever. A public official in the United States must swear to uphold the Constitution, and it is impossible to swear honestly to uphold something that you say should be ignored. What the heck? It looks like a whole bunch of computer code. Must be Washington Examiner glitching as far as the ad that they are trying to, or the link that they're trying to provide on this article. Anyway, if there can be anything worse than the lawless methods Trump embraces, he managed to do worse by providing a pernicious and massive lie as justification for his would-be despotic shredding of the Constitution. Trump claimed in all caps and with gross exaggeration that there was massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party. I gotta say that the language here by this guy seems to be kind of laced in a kind of almost democratic kind of way. In fact, let me actually see if I can spot down who the writer of this article is. Quinn Hillier. This is a Washington Examiner article right here, folks, but the writer is Quinn Hillier. I do not know if Washington Examiner has like a wide variety of different political opinions like Forbes does or what, but it's just rather weird that a Washington Examiner writer has a language that almost sounds almost like it comes from a Democrat or something, or at least a very leftish rhino Republican. Because of that, he repeated his malicious lie that he was the rightful winner in 2020 and said the remedy must either be to have some authority just declare him the president or else have a new election. Either way, he explicitly said somehow the country should just throw the presidential election results of 2020 out. This Trump eruption is a call for tin pot tyranny. Following up on his repeated verbal embraces and pledges of legal support and pardons for the Capitol Hill riot. Wait, what? Pledges of legal support and pardons for the Capitol Hill rioters. Okay, this article is pretty sus, but I'm just going to continue on with it. I'm going to at least believe the raw words of the Truth Social post right there that was provided in the Fox LA article, at least anyways. But anyway, whom he instigated to try to stop a sacred vote counting procedure while they called for the execution of his own vice president. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm convinced that this Hillier guy, he is some kind of almost Destiny-esque kind of Democrat. I'm convinced of that now because of the hyperbolic language in regards of January 6th, of the January 6th riot. That just reeks of Destiny-like language. Do I have somebody? Oh yeah, I do have somebody here. Hey, what's up, Skylar?
Hey, me and my fiance were having a laughing fit because obviously you can't hear me, so I was saying all sorts of rambunctious things like DarkCon, the election was stolen, my proof is my feelings, and things like that. How you been doing?
Pretty good. As you might be able to tell, I moved into a new home, and
Congratulations.
Yeah, big congratulations to me. I could go into further details, but that gets too wordy. At first, I thought when you said you were being rambunctious, you were saying a bunch of gamer words.
No, I'm not looking to cause any more controversy. I was just saying a lot of political references, like something like, "So me and Kamala Harris are going to go at it very, very passionately on the stage, and it's gonna be MAGA everywhere, and we will teach this childless cat woman that no one knows word salad and slogans better than me. Believe me." And I'm also having rum and coke ready in case I hear convicted felon, and I did things so good that I got my ass handed to me by a demented Delawarean who lived in his basement like a
demented
chud.
Zombie. Just say that.
A demented zombie who is a total chud.
Right. I'm just gonna. There's only like a few more articles to this article. There's a few more. Did I say articles? I meant paragraphs to this article that I'm just gonna finish up very quickly, and then we're gonna go ahead. Either way, he explicitly said somehow the country should just throw the presidential election results of 2020 out. You know what? Actually, never mind. I'm going to save that for some other time. It's going to just bog down the viewership right now.
Well,
people don't want to hear don't want to hear DarkCon reading articles. They want to hear us covering an election debate.
Well, the thing to me is if Donald Trump, if the former president would have just said, to the voters throughout this campaign, look, things were doing a lot better when I was in charge. Put me back in charge, and I would clean up the mess again. It wouldn't have mattered if Joe Biden stepped aside and let Kamala Harris take his place. It wouldn't have mattered. He would have had a much stronger chance at winning. I mean, before Biden stepped aside, I had predicted a 312-226 electoral college margin in favor of Donald Trump. I predicted he'd win the popular vote. Now, I'm going to say I think Harris has it's her election to lose now, but I'm not counting Trump out. I feel like if he would have just stopped making it about 2020 and less about his ego and more about his ideas, I think he would have had a stronger time in this election. I think he's more angry that Biden stepped down than anything else, because that was his meal ticket back to the White House. And I promise you, I would have had Arby's, I would have had McDonald's, I would have had all the fast food chains on that table. It was easily my best picture ever. Anyway.
I mean, I'm pretty much in agreement. Him being overly bitter and licking his wounds about that so publicly is just definitely a hindrance upon him. And probably conservatism at large, too. Even though he's not exactly conservative, people still align him with those, with conservatives regardless.
A pro-abortion liberal from New York has totally made the Conservative Party his bitch, and he will, Donald J. Trump will ruin the Republican Party by turning it into Democrat light. It's a beautiful thing. I could tell myself, it's a beautiful thing. But I mean, the thing I love is, whether or not you support the Libertarian candidate for president, it's like, oh, if we back Trump, we'll have clean food and we'll have all these things that RFK Jr. was talking about, how nice that would be. He didn't do that in his first term. What makes anyone think? I'd love to hear these MAGA libertarians tell me how exactly they could hold a Donald Trump presidency to account for breaking promises when he did that plenty in his first term. And the only way he was held to account is when the public voted in Joe Biden. I don't buy it for a second. I don't want to be disrespectful to those who genuinely, honestly think that this idea of a coalition would work, but I find it to be preposterous that this is going to end well.
Yeah,
respectfully, I've made that clear.
I probably agree too. I mean, I'm not going to say that all Trump supporters are terrible people, as I'll emphasize time and time again, as much as True Grave otherwise wants to say that I think of literally all Trump supporters, but I still say it.
True Grave gives the best head. It is unbelievable.
Anyway, let's continue on.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications.
I don't know if I like that right there. I mean, if I was up on the stage, that would serve to be too much of a distraction, honestly. It probably just, maybe that's the intention, but it would just throw me off too much, and I'd be too distracted with the clock than with articulating my words and what exactly and precisely I want to say in response to a question or a statement made by the my debating opponent.
I think that it would just be a lot more helpful to have a timer go off, or at the very least something to, because they did that in the 2000 debate, is maybe not have it be such a huge thing on the screen, but have it light showing when it's about time that they need to wrap up their point.
Yeah, maybe a small one. And I definitely approved of the dinger for the that they had for the first GOP primary debate of this election cycle.
Right.
Or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed.
This shall be interesting. Let's see if which one starts shouting first.
I can't tell who will.
Yeah.
Audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Oh boy.
Oh, I guess there's no audience for this one. This just sounds very monotonous. I mean, I know
Honestly,
that's what they
I think
did
it's
for
better.
You think it's better?
Yeah, I mean, because then they have to, because they're taking time away from their own candidate when they're booing or applauding. So you're just taking time away from your own candidate. I don't understand why people don't consider that before booing or applauding.
You know what? Yeah, point made. I guess there is a bit of a pro and con, but I don't know. Maybe the only pro that I have for keeping the audience is for sentimental value or something.
Well,
for
yeah,
old time's sake.
I think of the '84 debates. I will not make an issue of this campaign my opponent's youth and inexperience. I'm not gonna lie, that one was just, there was no coming back from that.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
See, have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Did he say have fun?
Does she introduce herself by name as if these two have never, ever, ever heard of each other?
That's what I heard, definitely.
Yeah, he said have fun. And it's weird where, like, you can tell both of them are not comfortable with this at all. Both of them, I feel like for both of them, they're just waiting for this thing to be over.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they have been like both like flirting with the idea of just not showing up at all. But yeah, I mean, I guess here we are. Oh, I noticed that you tried to call me. Sorry that I missed that. I had my
It's all right.
I had my Discord tab completely muted, as I normally do when I go live. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, no, I get that.
you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't know about I don't know about you, Skylar, but 4 years ago, groceries were still cheaper. But I realized that a lot of the cheapness was because of there being like low demand, especially for gas, because people not being allowed to go out and whatnot. But
well, from my own personal experience, I know it's just anecdotal. The cost of living then was it was a bit of a mixed bag depending on what you were trying to get. When store shelves were bare, the prices were higher. When there was low demand for gas or certain other items, they were a lot cheaper. In terms of where we were 4 years ago, we had people's bodies in refrigerated trucks. I mean, and we don't have that now, thankfully. So, I mean, in terms of the economy, are we better off now than we were 4 years ago? I mean, the pandemic's over. The recession is over. So, I mean, if you want to make the argument that we are, I think you can. I'd say that the effects of the recession are still being felt, but I would say that inflation is coming down. It's still annoyingly high, but it is a lot less of a nightmare than it was during the 2021 to 23 surge that we experienced. I think that
really,
I mean,
you think so? I mean,
yes, but it's still nothing to be particularly proud of. It's not. This is not to say that Joe Biden has got it right. I mean, no one forced him to spend what he did. No one forced the former president to surrender the country to Dr. Fauci and to let them print all that money. And so I mean, this is a bipartisan policy failure, is what I'm trying to get at in terms of inflation.
Right. It definitely was as far as inflation goes. That was where I was about to go. Pointing out next, but I'm sure that we'll have another opportunity to talk about inflation and how Trump contributed. Graham Finley's son Fife says in the live chat they shook hands. Yeah, I'm glad that they at least did not do that way dated 2020 elbow tap that they've been doing in that year.
Thank God that's over. I mean, I think this is the first time since 2016 that the presidential debate featured a handshake, given that 2020, the two oldest presidential candidates, were at higher risk of dying from COVID-19. So, I mean, I understand that.
Right.
Anyway.
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class.
Notice that they both have like sunken in middles in their freaking necks, attached all the way to their chins.
I mean, to be fair, her father's name is Donald J. Harris. I mean, I'm wanting to know if it's really Harris or Trump.
Wait, what?
Yeah, her father's name is Donald J. Harris, but
I gotta look that up when I get to playing this.
And working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know
you've had 4 years as vice president under Joe Biden to get this through. I mean, this is the big thing that's weighing her down is she is the incumbent vice president. It's hard to be a candidate of change when you're trying to succeed your boss as president.
So she wants to call it an opportunity economy. That's just kind of cringe almost. I do not like the terminology. What?
It's a gimmick.
Yeah, better. It totally is a gimmick. The fact that you would phrase it that way, because here's the thing: opportunity comes inherently with a freer economy. More specifically, but apparently, I guess because free market economy is assumed and associated to be a right-wing thing, she doesn't want to use that term, so she calls it opportunity economy to try and give a bit of a left-wing bent or something to it, or maybe she's referring to something else. I don't know.
that we have a shortage of.
Oh, holy shit! You're right. Her dad's name is Donald J. Harris. That's funny. Okay, I was just checking if I was just checking there if I had anybody else come on, because I legitimately did not hear the tone when you came on. I don't know what is up with that. Maybe I need to take a better look into my settings, but anyway.
Homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is...
If you're passionate for small businesses, well, then why were you playing all pansy, mealy-mouthed, and even advocating for the continual riots of 2020 that hurt, for the most part, small businesses?
And I love how she talks about a $6,000 tax credit. And I know I don't want to be a broken record here, but the incumbent vice president has had 4 years to convince the House of Representatives, Senate, and President to do this. And the reason she couldn't get it done is there were those even in her own party who knew that it was not economically feasible, and they didn't have the money to pay for such an entitlement. And you go back to your point about the small businesses, not just that the riots hurt them. It's also the fact that that this administration buries small businesses in regulations. This is just Obama's fourth term with how they crush small businesses in the administrative state.
You mean third term?
Well, if Harris wins, it's going to be Obama's fourth term. That's
maybe. I mean. There was another thing that I wanted to say about that. Dang it, I forgot. I'm just going to play it.
To give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations. Oh,
I remember what I was going to say about that whole thing of her being able to do that. I wanted to expound on that. Like, I find both sides of the aisle to be almost kind of cringe when it comes to that, because on the one hand, the right wing is like, excuse me, the right wing is correct, and they say that Harris could have done something. But I feel like that all those memes being shared about how, you are proposing this idea, but you did not do that earlier. It's almost like most of the time they're like implying as if she could have literally done something legislatively, as if that was within the powers of her office as vice president, which is in fact not the case. But at the same time, there is a little bit of correctness to that, in that she could have at least, like you said, at least used her words, spoken and advocated for Congress to do XYZ thing that she is like just now apparently proposing in her campaign for president.
Well, here's the deal: is that the vice president of the United States, is like a legislative liaison for the president to Congress, can chair all sorts of boards and committees, and has the power to break tied votes. And to her credit, she's broken more tied votes than anyone in American history, even beating John Calhoun. So, I mean, she'll probably mention that in this debate. I'd be surprised if she doesn't. I mean, I understand that the vice presidency can only go so far. But I would make the same point. But I think that point is correct. And I think it was right to be used against Joe Biden when he was running in 2020, is the things he proposed then. He couldn't get it done in the Obama administration. It's not about power. It's about influence. Biden had a lot of influence in the Obama administration. They're desperately trying to find some way to say she had influence in the Biden presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month.
When was that actually proposed? What? Trump sales tax? Are you talking? Or
is she referencing tariffs? I mean, if she's referencing the tariffs he's proposing, okay. I can honestly say, wow, this is not a flattering look for either of them. I can honestly say that's not 100%. That's not 100% wrong. I mean, tariffs are taxes, and the only people who pay those tariffs are the consumers when the prices are going up. I mean, Maganomics, I mean, this is the tough thing when both sides are terrible, is that will Trump cut taxes? Yes. Will they be paid for? No. Will anything these two propose be paid for? Of course not. And neither of them can talk about fiscal sustainability or the national debt when each administration has added about $7 trillion a pop to it.
Yeah.
Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years.
That's going to come down, to be fair to her. I mean, yeah, in all literalness, you're right, Trump. She is like, by the technicality of what you're actually proposing, she is incorrect. But to be fair to her, on the other hand, those tariffs, the price of those tariffs are going to come down the pike eventually, unless if those companies, like sooner rather than later, put their production in some other country that you're not tariffing, like China or otherwise, or they in fact take back production and put it back in the United States. It's still gonna affect the price of goods.
What's interesting is I've not heard either side say how exactly they could enforce keeping these companies in the United States. I mean, the idea has been floated by people on each side that if these companies want to leave, they'd have to pay a tax, and like an exit tax. I find it interesting that, of all people, Donald Trump has not endorsed such a proposal.
Well, isn't that essentially what a tariff could be called?
Well, I mean, I mean, a tariff is when those goods are coming. Like for example, these goods like Chinese steel coming into the United States, they'd have to pay a tax in order for it to come into the United States. But if these companies that want to go to Mexico or China, like Oreo, that company themselves would have to pay under that idea. They'd have to pay a tax in order to leave, rather than the country that wants them to go to, that would, like if Mexico wants Oreo to go to them, Mexico wouldn't be paying that fee themselves. It'd be Oreo or that particular plant.
Okay.
I mean, from my own understanding of like what of a hypothetical exit tax versus a tariff itself.
Do tariffs like only affect companies that are based in other countries selling their goods into our country? Because I thought they were like they were more meant to affect companies that are based in our country but are doing the production in other countries to bring those goods back into the country from the U.S.
I think it can be a bit of both. I mean, from how I've always seen it, my own interpretation is that if a company, like a steel company, wants to go to export their stuff from China to the United States, they would have to pay a tax. I mean, you look at NAFTA with car parts. If 60% of those car parts are in Canada, Mexico, or the United States, they would not have to pay a tax on it on those parts coming in, those companies. But if they come from outside of the United States, Mexico, or Canada, they would have to pay a tax, and that is that would affect the. I think it would affect the company that's trying to export it into our country, and an exit tax. At least I'm calling it that because I couldn't imagine what else you could call it. An exit tax would be that company has to pay in order to leave. Whether or not that's a good idea, I'll leave it for another discussion. I'm, for the record, opposed. I like free trade. But I think that it's interesting that, when asked specifically, how can you enforce your own protectionist rules and keep these companies from leaving the United States? The former president didn't even consider that idea. And the incumbent vice president, I have not heard her say such things. If they have, I'm more than willing to retract what I've said. But from what I've been able to find, neither have proposed such ideas.
Yeah. I think I fixed the issue with the tone going off whenever somebody wants to enter the studio. So hopefully that I can be informed without having to always look at the tab. And I also realized that I forgot to change the banner for the live stream right here until just now. But there we go.
Pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before.
Venezuela.
What?
Venezuela has hyperinflation. Their money is so worthless that that unofficial currencies are worth more, and the official currency is used for origami.
Wow. By the way, I just gotta ask, just for conversation's sake, doesn't Harris look like just like a white woman with a tan?
Wow. I mean, I can see it. I mean, I'm not going to say she's like, what's her face from Washington State, whose name escapes me at the moment, but you know who I'm talking about. I'm transracial. But, I mean, I can kind of see
Rachel
it.
Dolezal?
There we go. And I'd like to respond to the 75 years thing is if he's talking about 75 years preceding his presidency or what have you, then the math might make sense. But if he's not accounting for the fact that he was president for 4 years, maybe 75 years isn't quite right.
Yeah.
And I mean, Joe Biden seems to not have diverged that much from the protectionist playbook. I mean, I think he's really trying to turn the Democrats away from free trade. So, I mean, I don't find what Trump is saying to be the most accurate. I think Biden has very much decided that if protectionism gets votes, then it's protectionism that's going to be the governing philosophy.
Right.
In our nation's history, We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster.
Why are you shaking your head there, Harris?
I don't. I think
you-
it's an exaggeration to say that it was maybe 80% higher. I mean, if he gave an example of what exactly the cost went up 80%, I'd be willing to hear it. I mean, if he's
Maybe,
talking
but-
about certain foods, then he wouldn't be wrong. If he was
It's
talking
just-
about certain appliances that are a necessity, maybe he wouldn't be wrong.
The fact that she just shuns and like shakes her head at that, is she just that out of touch to where that she hasn't seen the price of a like let's say a bag of chips or a box of cereal at Walmart, a gallon of milk, or a carton of eggs? It's gone up at least, like, in some cases 100. Well, at least doubled of what was it
That'd
was
be
in
100%
2019.
increase.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would really depend. It'd be nice if he would have said just a few examples of some of these things, because sometimes he
Yeah.
does this thing where it sounds like an exaggeration. As to why she's shaking her head no, is I think if you just make no response that way, it feels like you're kind of accepting what they're saying. Doing that is like a yeah, no, I don't accept that premise at all kind of thing.
Okay. So, gotta show your disagreement on everything. You know what? I actually gave recently a re-listen to the Reagan-Carter debate. I don't think. I mean, to be fair, I was mostly listening to it rather than watching it, but I don't recall any point in which that Reagan and Carter were like constantly shaking their heads at each other. Much less were they shaking their heads at each other for things that were like factually correct. But
I've noticed it in the 2016 debates. I think even in 2020. I think since the disaster known as the rule change of 2008, I think the behavior of the candidates has made the debates
wait,
worse.
rule change in 2008. What would that be? You
So
read up in this
previously, they were not allowed to ask each other questions. They were not allowed to direct questions at each other. They had to kind of direct it at the moderator, and the candidate could, if they want, respond. Then in 2008, Jim Lehrer said, well, don't tell that to me, tell that to him. And Barack Obama directed his point directly at John McCain. And ever since then, the debates have been harder and harder to moderate as the candidates won't respect the rules that they had agreed to for the debates. I mean,
okay. At first, I thought you were talking about some rule that said, "Hey, no excessive body language allowed," or something like that.
Oh, I meant just the standard of the debates and the just respecting the rules. Because previously, they would respect the rules. I mean, look at 84's debates when these candidates were really in the middle of something, and they had to be told that they have to stop because time's up, and now they won't even do it.
Mm-hmm.
For people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking
She's all
jobs
like,
that
really?
are occupied right now by
That head
African
nod there.
Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that
Have you heard any of those stories about those Venezuelan gangs that are taking over entire apartment complexes in Colorado?
Yeah, I have heard, and the governor, he denied it that was taking place, even though it's like, who do you believe, him or your lying eyes? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound like a fascist here in the minds of some, but if these gangs are taking over these apartment buildings, it kind of shows us why a Second Amendment is so important and why this governor has lost the plot. And if the police are going to exist, they should be expelling.
Not very fascistic. It's just like
if the police
self-defense thing.
Yeah, if the police are going to exist, I'd say it'd be pretty good for them to expel them, or hell, if you want to call in the National Guard.
Oh, okay,
fine,
so that's
to
the
expel
fascist
them.
part. I got you.
Yeah, to expel them with whatever force necessary. I mean, I'd much rather these gangs be forcibly expelled from these apartments they invaded than having any of the tenants who would probably be raped and murdered by these people who would do it without even a moment's hesitation.
Yep.
he and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us.
Are you going to keep that in context with how that the pandemic came up? I mean, to be fair, Trump did not exactly help a lot in response to the pandemic, but at the same time, the fact that it was caused in general was not of his doing. It's not like he was in charge of those gain of function labs in China or anything like that. Heck,
Yeah.
he can't even take control of every single individual state or city that was being harsh on lockdowns. He can say that, hey, don't lock down your cities, your states, and so forth. But even if he was, he would not have ultimate power on that. But anyway, let's see if she keeps that in context or not. Probably
No, she
not.
won't.
Probably not. Yeah, you're right. Probably not.
The worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on.
Yeah, because Trump fucked a bat, and that's how it happened, right?
Well, she said that she was sterile, so whoopsies. But I mean, I think that the thing people need to understand is that the Biden-Harris administration had no problem politicizing the pandemic, saying that it was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. They had no problem abusing their authority to essentially weaponize the pandemic to make you less than patriotic if you don't go along with what they say. This administration, it was under the Biden-Harris administration that the millionth person died, when there's 250,000 people died under Trump. Well, the death count was at 1 million under Biden. And the thing that people need to remember is that this administration,
By what time?
I want to say it was near the end of 2021 or in early 2022.
Okay, it would still be like a higher rate if you do the math. But
Yeah,
continue.
and this administration endorsed lockdowns. They endorsed mask mandates. The lockdowns had an absolutely detrimental effect on the reading comprehension of children. One of my own cousins, and it affected their social skills. One of my own cousins, he's going to be 12 this year. He was always a little shy, but he's very much introverted, socially anxious, because he was deprived of being able to interact with other human beings when state governments decided to follow the Trump-Biden plan of we're going to keep the schools shut down, we're going to keep society shut down, and no one in the government is going to apologize or do anything to rectify the situation that resulted in a lost generation. It's going to be of them losing what they had learned in schools. They did not retain it. And, I guess the ideal reparations would be permanent tax breaks for working and middle-class families.
Right. Perhaps.
Our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
Wait, what? What's
Of
English
democracy?
have to do with the economy?
Oh, well, now they're just letting all the attacks out. The worst attack on democracy. Now,
And we're only what? I mean, it's hard to tell because we are kind of behind on this, and we're only 5 minutes in from when the debate actually started.
well, here's the deal, that obviously it was wrong to falsely claim the 2020 election was stolen. It was wrong to try to overturn it. But the Biden-Harris people don't have much of a right to speak on democracy when they try to kick candidates they don't like, major and minor party candidates, off the ballot. They have no right to complain when they intimidate voters, saying that if you don't, a vote that's not for Harris is a vote for Trump, when these people don't know how math works, and that's why we're in the mess we're in. And and rioting and looting and burning down cities when they lose elections like they did in 2016, it doesn't really give a whole lot of confidence in the argument that the Democrats are a party of democracy when this is the stuff they do. And when they tried to overturn the 2016 election by trying to pressure faithless electors into voting for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump.
You know, you go talking about people abstaining from voting entirely, saying a vote not for Trump is effectively a vote for Kamala Harris or something, and say people say that when they don't know how to math. I actually have to make a little short video or something with a graph that goes showing of how that it works as far as the counts go, of how that not voting for Trump is effectively, in fact, not a vote for Kamala Harris, because the only thing that you're doing is depriving Trump one vote. You are not literally adding one digit to Kamala's total vote count.
Right.
Anyway.
Yes. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight.
You got pretty early on deviating from what the subject matter is to get personal by bringing up January 6th all of a sudden. Do not go like, I mean, Trump is partisan, but do not start deflecting on that. Don't start projecting on that. Excuse me.
Like the storming of the Capitol was unjustified, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that the government's response wasn't a little overboard. I mean, the government moved quickly to respond to January 6th, a lot faster than they respond to any other issues that actually have a more personal impact on the lives of this country. And, you know, they're holding people in prison without a trial, violating their Fifth Amendment right to due process, their right to a speedy trial, you know, and that's going to continue no matter if it's Trump or Harris as president of this country.
That freaking pause game right there. Just saying.
Is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president...
Oh, boy. I actually saw somebody post a meme on Facebook say, take a shot whenever that Kamala Harris goes mentioning Project 2025.
I'm already doing it. I already got my rum and Coke ready.
Oh, you got rum with you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I already finished off that bit of beer right there. I just got a Monster. You know what? I got at least one more beer. Maybe I should get that. Actually, no. Right. I'm going to continue on with this for right now.
Intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what...
Yeah, that's not you. Nor him, but not either of you.
Separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got...
What's with the smug look there, bitch? I mean, it's factual. He does not endorse Project 2025.
He has repeatedly stated that he does not support it. He's repeatedly stated that he has nothing to do with it. Now, sure, some people from his first administration have been a part of it, but that does not automatically mean that these people are, therefore he endorses it. I mean, by the logic of the Democrats, anyone who resigned from the Biden administration for any types of behavior that automatically reflects badly on them, like when one of Biden's appointees to some task force resigned over abusive behavior. I mean, you want to say, oh, these people who were in his administration joined Project 2025. Well, okay, there are people who were in your administration who were forced out for abusive behavior or had to step down due to corruption, like the former U.S. attorney from the District of Massachusetts for her disastrous performance in office, and as DA of, I want to say, Boston, but it could have been somewhere else in Massachusetts. I mean, guilt by association is a real bitch when you think about it.
I got your implication there.
Together, they came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do.
Not exactly, Trumpy boy. Not exactly. The guy
Yeah.
who is not upfront with his gun rights positions wants to try and pretend that he's the most two-way guy since Reagan or something or whenever. That's yeah.
Very open book, except when asked how I'm going to vote on Florida Amendment 3, which is the most pro-abortion amendment in Florida. Well, I say I'm voting for it, but that I am the most pro-life president in history, even though my administration pledges to protect quote-unquote reproductive rights, which is just a euphemism for baby murder. And, well, if I need to be a Clinton Democrat from the 90s to win, then so be it. 75 million people will vote for me no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them
Bullshit, Trump. You could have done a lot better. You could have refrained or at least vetoed that very stimulus package that you signed into law so as to make it cheaper. You could have encouraged governors to be less harsh, mayors to be less harsh. You could have spoken out against all the people that were shutting down, that were arresting moms for taking their kids to the playground. You could have done multitude of more things than what you actually did. You did not do a phenomenal job.
He did a piss poor job because he, as president of the United States, our head of state, our head of government, he had, as head of government, he controls the domestic agenda. He could have told Republicans in Congress, look, this is a bad idea. I know that a lot of you are voting for this, and my veto might be overridden, but you need to vote no on this. This is not going to solve the problem. It's going to drive inflation up. And he did not do a good job when he handed to Anthony Fauci the keys to the White House and pretty much let Dr. Fauci run the country for the rest of his presidency. And he had no problem doing everything he possibly could to make the situation worse, to make the economy worse. If he would have just had a consistent tone on the pandemic, this wouldn't have been as much of a problem. If he would have just stopped stepping on his own dick, he would have been in a lot better shape for the 2020 campaign, and he wouldn't be here tonight. He would probably be in the White House wondering if he's going to get replaced by a Republican.
Yeah.
over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators.
I mean, are you trying to call bullshit on that, Kamala? You're shaking your head at that statement of where that he said that stock market was higher than it ever was before the pandemic.
I mean, that's just true that it was higher then, and it's very obvious it was because of the pandemic. I mean, handling a pandemic like that, of course, there's going to be a variety of opinions on how to do it, but the Biden response did not do very much. The pandemic consumed the remainder of the Trump presidency, and it consumed the first half of the Biden presidency. It was until 2023 that it was finally over. And, in terms of, I feel like the Biden administration more or less prolonged it, given that we were told we got to make sacrifices, when the appropriate thing to do is people would choose, let them choose. Do they want a vaccine? Do they not? And if they don't, then what happens to them happens to them. And to decide that it is appropriate to have the country try to go back to normal. If people want to wear masks, they have every right to do so. I believe in the right to try. If they don't want to, I wouldn't mandate it. And given that these politicians would not consistently enforce their own mask mandates, Boris Johnson, Gavin Newsom, and whoever the guy was for mayor of Denver before 2023, as far as I'm concerned, this pandemic was a complete wash of disaster.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Looking at this, Dow Jones average was almost 30K in 2019. In 2020, it dropped down to almost 20K. I mean, the Dow Jones average has been higher ever since 2019, and ever since getting off the pandemic, obviously. But just, I really find this annoying how Kamala is like just shaking her head at some of the most objective of statements that Trump is saying. I mean, to Trump's credit, he is stating some facts right here. Whether or not that those economic facts are explicitly because of his direct doing or him just actually keeping his hands off of something as much as he did anyways. But regardless, he's still like stating objective facts, and her just shaking her heads at that. It just goes showing of how much of a passive aggressive, dishonest bitch she is.
Yeah, and by the way, for the record, the mayor of Denver at the time of the pandemic was Michael Hancock. I like having all the facts out there, and the thing is that the pandemic was a test for Joe Biden. When he became president, this was his chance to show that he could handle big problems, and he failed. And that failure is owned by Kamala Harris. Every single mistake that Biden made, she owns. On immigration, foreign affairs, foreign and domestic policy, all of it is owned by her. And for Donald Trump, all of his mistakes, obviously, him being himself, he owns it. And neither of them are going to take any responsibility for any of their mistakes in this debate.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if she like technically owns everything. I mean, she could theoretically be going against Biden in this debate, but that would just probably be a bit of a bad look because people still, for better or for worse, whether it's correct or not, have stuck in their mind the subconscious little what am I trying to say? This little thing in their head that because of whatever that the president has done, the vice president is also responsible for, even though that might factually not always be the case.
Well, given what Biden's doing is he's trying to prop up Harris, I mean, when things go good, it's the Biden-Harris administration. When things don't go so good, it's just the Biden administration. And she said that she was in the room when he decided to withdraw from Afghanistan. Withdrawing was good. The way they did it was not so good. And how the withdrawal went, when she says that she was in the room and she agreed with his decision to do it, on that issue at least, she owns it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, whatever that she explicitly actually supported at the time, yeah, she definitely owns appropriate subject, whatever that it be.
Right.
Is for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military.
We got gowns, we got masks. I'm just sorry. I mean, there's some of those people within the Republican voting base who are so passionately anti-mask that they think that anybody who goes wearing a mask at all, it's somehow a trigger for them. But at the same time, go worshiping Trump's very feet because they think that he's like God Emperor of America or the most based Chad anti-lockdown guy out there, even though he actually was not anti-vaccine and whatnot.
A total Sigma, and well, Melania is definitely going to reward me tonight for this debate. It's going to be a beautiful thing. I mean, he likes to brag about his actions during the pandemic, but given that the pandemic got worse on his watch, his record isn't one to be proud of. I mean, I might have to make a separate video of how I would have tried to handle the pandemic if I were in the White House at the time. But I'm willing to argue it would have been a much better ordeal than under his presidency.
Yeah.
Give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that.
I believe that he is referring to all the jobs that were allowed to be open, to be reopened.
Yeah, the pre-existing ones that went under and were revived. These weren't newly created jobs. That's why when they say, oh, they created 13 million jobs, that's not a very impressive record when a great deal of it was pre-existing jobs. This ain't like the Clinton administration. I mean, the Biden administration is, if the 13 million jobs thing is accurate, he's only about halfway of where Clinton was, granted in 4 years rather than 8.
Right. Let's see of what Kamala has to say as soon as Trump is done talking, that is anyways. What she has to say in response to the bounce back jobs statement from Trump. Because I like the fact that he pointed that out at least anyways.
Created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan.
The
for
hands
you.
are going up.
And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the
Drink
best
time.
economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy.
Really? You're citing Goldman Sachs? That's surprising. I would think
Yeah.
that you like cite an explicitly like left-wing economist like I don't know, Robert Reich or freaking Paul Krugman or something like that.
I think Bernie Sanders said just before the debate that the reason she's dropping more left-wing proposals from her platform is she's just trying to be pragmatic. And it's like, no, she has no core convictions. Look at what she was saying she wanted to do in 2020, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, banning private insurance.
Banning
things-
fracking.
Yeah, banning fracking. Yet when she joined the ticket in 2020, she dropped all of that like a hot rock, and she couldn't answer why she supported fracking before joining the ticket. And they did not hammer enough on that in Pennsylvania to say, are you sure you want to vote
You talking
for
about
someone?
the interview of where that Tim Walz was holding her hand the whole time?
Well, I did not. I'm not referencing that interview where Mr. and Mrs. Walz were holding hands in the interview. But I was just going to say that when in the vice presidential debate, Mike Pence in 2020 did not say enough to Pennsylvanians. Are you sure you want to vote for someone who's going to put you out of a job? Are you really sure you want to vote that way? And I think that it just shows that Kamala Harris is taking the Keir Starmer playbook, where you run to the left to get the nomination, you flip flop all the way during the campaign. She will be just like the British Prime Minister.
Mm-hmm.
What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look.
Would increase inflation. To be fair, well, I don't know this claim, so I do not know the legitimacy of her claim about Trump increasing inflation. But on the other hand, I don't think I can name off any particular plans that she has been proposing on the campaign trail. I mean, I listen to like pretty much every single podcast from Ranting Monkey, and I would think that he would at least mention it if it was even something touted or flirted with. If she like proposed her own version of Green New Deal or anything else like that, that would cost like $2 trillion or more, something like that. I mean, to her credit, I guess she hasn't proposed anything uber expensive like Bernie or AOC have, or even Joe Biden for that matter.
Given that, I mean, the thing that I think of this argument is mentioning the deficit exploding with his tax plan. Given that he has a record of cutting taxes without paying for it,
right?
Yeah, the deficit did explode under him. He added more debt in one term than any president in American history. But she can't really talk about that because under the Biden-Harris administration, they also added about the same or more in one term to the national debt than any administration in American history, where that last 8 years, the debt went from about 20 trillion to 35. And I think at this point, it's Biden who owns the record now for the most added in one term. And now the question is, who do you want to add more than that in the next 4 years?
Yeah, the guy who increased the debt more himself, or the girl who's associated with the guy and taking pride in the guy who also in turn increased the debt some more, or about equally as much.
Look at where we are and where we stand on the issues, and I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you, because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of the
He started speaking before the mic was actually turned on. This goes to show of how that apparently he doesn't need to actually yell in order to be heard, apparently.
Yeah, and so much for rules being followed in this debate.
There is that, but at the same time, I think it was quite obvious that Harris was done with her statement right there. So I don't think it was that big a deal that Trump did like jump in to very second that she was obviously done. That's my opinion, anyways.
He looks like he's lost weight now I think about it. He looks a little thinner now I think about it. When I think about the last 8 years that he's been on debate stages. Just a tad bit.
I wonder if it's actual like healthy living right now, or if he's just starting to get that old man syndrome of unhealthily losing weight. It's no longer, it's not a healthy weight loss of losing fat and gaining a wee bit of muscle or anything like that. It's just him like starting to become nothing but just tendons, bones, and flesh, flabby flesh.
Those professors.
I mean, his neck would show it's definitely flabby flesh.
Yeah.
He's got a real gobble neck, just saying.
The top professors think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our
Okay, we have both sides that are making vague claims about how Trump is people saying Nobel laureates saying that Trump's plan is bad, and then now he's saying top professors are saying my plan is actually good. So not exactly helpful to look into your claims, you two.
our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like,
look on her face. It was just pure nervousness right there. You caught that, right?
Yeah.
That was gold. That was gold because most of her reactions have been like this almost fake smugness while shaking her head and smiling, but that was an obvious nervous smile. And look at the pause face that I got her on right now. That's an obvious like shit her pants nervousness right there.
Yeah, Code Brown.
Are you pulling a racism on us right now, Skylar?
I thought, why not inaugurate a new era of my YouTube era. Anyway,
run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China.
How are you going to prevent that, I wonder, Trump?
I wouldn't
you
be
got some kind of I don't know, plan to mitigate the price increase of when that you do start taxing those imports?
I wouldn't be surprised if he were to endorse, whether as president or in the debate or at any point in time, the idea of price controls. I mean, Joe Biden supports price controls on rent.
Did you say that you think that there's a possibility he would advocate for price controls himself?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he likes to interfere in the marketplace a lot. And if he's wanting to do so by increasing tariffs to 10 to 20%, he would probably try to use the government. He endorsed a ban on price gouging as president in 2020. So I think it's pretty well founded that he would probably endorse such a proposal as president in 2025 to say, okay, I'm going to raise tariffs to 20% and cap prices by using government mandates.
That is a good point you bring up there. Actually, fair one, because people go hawking on all the time about how that freaking Kamala is advocating for her own like anti-price gouging laws and so forth. When people are like not mentioning at all, the fact that Trump signed an executive action against quote unquote price gouging back in 2020 during the height of the pandemic.
Right.
And all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions.
Addressing the chat a little bit here, since it's barely active anyways. Ivan's son in the live chat says, scripted. It doesn't matter which of these two you vote for, you will get screwed either way. I mean, I'm probably going to go the way of the anarchist and just abstain from voting myself, actually.
I'm probably...
Unless if Trump was to give some super clarification or even a walk back on his whole, since my election was stolen back in 2020, the Constitution is suspended statement.
As far as I'm concerned, I plan on either leaving the top of the ticket blank or I might vote for the Constitution Party candidate. I'm leaning towards the latter. I just can't bring myself to vote for the Libertarian ticket, and I don't like Jill Stein.
Well, in other news, water is wet. We all know you dislike Jill Stein, Skyler. Anyway.
Of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never...
Convenient how that works in your favor, actually, Trump, because... yeah, I mean, obviously, the inflation did not kick in under your term, but you signed a couple of some of the biggest spending bills in our country's history ever at the bare end of your term. Therefore, obviously, that inflation was not going to kick in like the next few days or weeks after that you signed in those laws that would like make money printer go burr. I mean, obviously, it would have come down the pike in the next term. I mean, whether it was like Biden or your term, and you know what? For that matter, I wonder if how that it would have worked for him if he did win re-election in 2020. In fact, if the inflation started getting ramped up because of that spending bill, he obviously would not be able to pin it on Biden in any least way possible. I mean, obviously, he cannot pin it on him legislatively because, I mean, except for the third stimulus bill that happened right after Trump's original two. But chronologically, he could not pin it on Biden because theoretically, Biden would not have been elected president at all in this rhetorical alternative situation I'm proposing.
Let's not forget as well that had Donald Trump secured a second term limited, he would be a lame duck. What would have happened politically for him is it wouldn't have been called Brandonflation or Bidenflation. It would probably have been just called Trumpflation or MAGAflation, and he would be a lame duck. The Democrats would have regained control of the Senate. They would have padded the House majority. It would have been a disaster for him politically, and his economic reputation, probably amongst some swing voters who would have probably voted for him in 2020 or did, would be destroyed. And I think that this election would be leaning much more towards the Democrats.
Yeah, he certainly could not get like Mike Pence elected. I mean, theoretically, if Mike Pence was to run this year, which he obviously did, but if Trump did win re-election and Pence was to be the nominee for Republicans, he could not give him a healthy emphasis on the word healthy endorsement because it would have actually been like a poison pill or something like that in whoever the Republican nominee would have been. In fact.
Yeah, just like when George W. Bush endorsed John McCain, that was a kiss of death.
Indeed. Trump would have, I mean, Trump already is like a George Bush in the way of spending with what he already did at the bare end of 2020, but nobody likes to keep that in mind because nobody within the MAGA base anyways, because people like to think in such overly simple-minded terms as far as politics and economics goes. But yeah, regardless, he already is kind of a George Bush light in the way of his spending.
I've seen a worse.
Ivan's son says, yeah, Constitution Party. You know, I might have to look into the Constitution Party nominee. Like, tell me the name, if you will.
Hang on a second.
You go and look that up. I'm going to play it.
Go ahead.
period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
Bacon.
What?
Bacon. Oh, anti-abortion activist Randall Terry is the official nominee, but Joe Skozen of my home state, I believe, is the nominee in some states. So they're having a bit of a Fisher moment in the party.
Wait, is it? Constitution Party actually is pretty weird. Aren't there like some parties that nominate two people at the same time in an election year? Like Constitution Party.
Sometimes it happens, sometimes it does not. The American Independent Party, which is the George Wallace-based party, did so. They split into two factions. The Reform Party is the one that really does it. The American Reform Party and the original Reform Party, which nominated RFK Jr. for president till he dropped out.
Right. I do want to say he goes talking about prices raising. I mean, I'm not going to doubt him so much like bacon, cereal, eggs, obviously. This is just for funsies. What would you say is like some things that you notice haven't really gone up by much, if at all? Like for me, it has been like oatmeal.
Oatmeal. In terms of stuff that's gone up just marginally, I would say, yeah, like oatmeal,
Potatoes,
rice,
right.
and yeah, I can't really think of any. Yeah, canned foods. It seems like, from my own experience, it seems like canned foods were spared the brunt of the inflation. Items that cost maybe $1.25, maybe. The prices went up.
Maruchan brand ramen.
Yeah,
that's still 33 cents a bag, like it has always been.
Yeah, some of that stuff it went up so marginally you probably wouldn't notice unless you really, really looked at it. Overall, I'd say that it's one of the few items I can name off the top of my head that did not completely get butchered by inflation.
Right. All right, let's continue.
People of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President.
I don't buy it. I mean,
maybe 50 or 55, but that's another Trumpism and exaggeration right there.
Yeah, because if 85 or even 90% of the voters said that the Trump economy was better than the Biden economy, then this wouldn't even be a contest. This would be like an 1820 James Monroe winning 80% of the vote type of thing. This ain't gonna be it.
Or at the very least, it would be like an H. Bush blowing out Dukakis kind of race.
Yeah, and Dukakis is still kicking, surprisingly. Just matter of fact, yeah, he's in his he's 91 now, and he's the oldest living person to lose a White House bid and never be president. And Jimmy Carter is 21 days away. Yeah, he's 21 days from turning 100.
Somebody, I remember listening to an episode of Ranting Monkey. Somebody in the live chat, I guess, mentioned Jimmy Carter as an idea for a nominee for the Democratic Party, and they just kind of cringed at that idea. But I mean, hey, Carter is still like has more of his scruples intact than Biden. So
yeah, that debate, I could barely make it through the June 27th debate. That was horrible.
Right. You know what? Speaking of people in their 90s, did you hear of who died yesterday?
Yeah. His name escapes me, but I know who it is. He voiced Darth Vader. I for a second completely thought Dick Cheney kicked it.
James Earl Jones is his name.
Right.
You uncultured swine.
Oh well, I only watched one Star Wars movie in 2017 and never again.
Oh, really?
I fell asleep because it was 90 degrees, 80 something degrees in the house. And it's January. It was warm, and I fell asleep.
Wow. Well, you weren't missing much. You just watch episodes 1 through 6, or at least 4 through 6, and you're good enough right there. You can stop right there. Everything else is pretty bad, except for maybe the Well, I don't know. Mandalorian series is a little bit of a slow burn series. You personally might actually get bored to tears with it, but well, I liked it at least. Anyways, the first 2 seasons. Anyways, the third season is pretty cringe. Anyway.
Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit,
Hands
one
are
of
going
the
up.
highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them.
Was that? Wait, I'm gonna have to look this up. You know what? I'm gonna let her finish her statement too, for that matter.
Improve and modernize their military. Basically, sold us out.
Oh man, wow, that sounds like a way over exaggeration. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Harris. As bad as Trump is, I highly, highly doubt that he would have done something like that for China's sake. I mean, unless there is like so many layers of cover-ups of the the depth of Trump's like villainy and lies, to where that even despite all of his outward bluster against China and everything, he in fact is actually so in bed with China to where that he is like helping them with building up their military. I know that he kind of backtracked on wanting to ban TikTok, but that was the most of it. Chips, though, I feel like that would be a bigger issue talked about, more like a more national story there. Let me look it up.
Lay's chips are really good, and the Chinese people need Lay's chips. And I mean, she's not wrong that the trade deficit with China was higher in his administration than it was before. I mean, he didn't make substantial progress with China. The trade war was a stalemate, and economically, the United States was not better off than it was before his presidency when it came to trade. As far as I'm concerned, it was just him trying to portray himself as a strong and decisive leader, and he had nothing to show for it. It was overall a failure.
Okay, I'm still looking. Trump says Taiwan stole America's chip industry. That's not a backing up of Harris's statement right there. Global chip stocks from Nvidia to ASML fall as geopolitics. That does not back up her claim either. Exclusive new U.S. rule on foreign chip equipment exports to China. That was a lot earlier this year. I think that might be in relation to Biden's money that he gave for building chips in China, or I believe, or I don't know. I don't know where it was that he gave money, but he gave money for somebody to build more processor chips, whatever exactly they're called. Chip stocks shed 480 billion. Chip stocks tumble as Trump comments rattle investors. An act of war inside America's silicon blockade against China. ABC News David Muir fact checks Donald Trump over unfounded what? What? Donald Trump still insists he won the 2020 election. Okay, what the fuck? There's like a completely... I click one title article and it gives me an entirely different one. Look at this. ABC News David Muir fact checks Donald Trump. No mention of David Muir. M-U-I-R. That's how the name is spelled. So I don't know how it's actually spelled. So I'm just pronouncing it like I'm Markiplier or something. U.S. floats tougher trade rules to rein in China chip industry. Definitely not a backing up of Harris's claim. U.S. escalates tech battle by cutting China off from AI chips. You know what? I'm just going to call bullshit on Harris for right now, because there is like nothing that I can find right off the top saying about that. Just a whole bunch of stuff about stuff unrelated or reports about how Harris made the claim, just plain and simple. So
Right.
First thing I'm hearing of it, and I'd be damned if I like just believe a presidential candidate lock hook, line, and sinker on something like this absurd.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't put it past any presidential candidate, and that includes Donald Trump for doing it, because presidents have done some pretty evil shit. But I'm not going to I'm going to have to say agree, because it's not like Kamala Harris, who calls herself the underdog. It's not like she doesn't have reason to lie.
Mm-hmm.
when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI and quantum computing, focusing
AI is cringe.
Yes.
on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick.
Are going to support AI and America's workforce while AI is replacing the American workforce.
Right.
In terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did,
including AI robot workers. I'm sorry. I should stop. I should stop roasting while I'm ahead.
Talk about this with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving.
That Xi was responsible.
Well, I guess that's how you pronounce his name.
Did you just misgender Winnie the Pooh? I mean, yeah, I guess that is officially. I like the pronunciation of it in the same way that Loudmouth pronounces it, with a little bit of a Z sound to it. G.
Yeah, I tend to do it that way.
So that it doesn't sound like that I am saying a pronoun.
Right.
That makes it sound weird. It's like the one villain from Powerpuff Girls, the guy named Him.
Yeah.
Giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have.
Okay, that might actually be the response to her freaking lie, honestly, about Trump selling chips to China. It's like, no, Taiwan sold those chips to China. China bought them from Taiwan.
Right.
That would make more sense, actually. That would make a whole lot more sense, actually, because Taiwan is a producer of those processor chips. We haven't produced our own chips for decades, I don't think, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything.
You think that those exaggerated motions are going to get you anywhere, Harris? I just find this.
She needs to stop. I only have so much rum, and I only have so much Coke. I mean,
are you drinking every time that she does a hand gesture?
No, because I'm not looking to put myself in an early grave. But every time I say once every 5 or so gestures or expressions, or every so often, because I'm trying to spare my liver here.
Yeah.
Because Hannibal Lecter ain't gonna like that. Because or at least I should do it more that way. Trump's friend Hannibal Lecter didn't try to eat me.
Yeah, in case it ain't very clear to y'all, my diagnosis, if not both of our diagnosis, is that, to say the least, Harris's body language is abysmal compared to Trump's.
Right. This was how she was in 2020 for the VP debates. She kept making all these faces and was being completely unserious, when it's like you're trying to show the country that you're trying to put an end to an unserious administration, and this is how she behaves.
Yeah. I mean, everybody likes to compare her to Hillary Clinton. That's a little bit of an insult to Hillary Clinton. At least Hillary Clinton had a little bit more decorum and professionalism in the way that her body language was and everything.
Yeah, she seemed quite
except for the one time where she was like, "Whoa!" to all the balloons.
Oh yeah, and she came off as a damn robot in the second presidential debate. Really, very much so, and he came off as a live wire.
Yeah. I mean, what would you prefer? A stone-faced, overly stoic robot, or just an overly smug, like always moving their hands up, making faces like this kind of bitch?
Well, hopefully something kind of in the middle. I mean, and to the fellas out there,
Probably,
get yourself a lady who will look at you as intently as she does to him.
You know what? Actually, now you say that, that almost looks halfway like a bedroom face, doesn't it?
Yes, and I'm going to send you a video that I hope you check out later on, because I think you're going to very much, or if you were to play it live, which it's up to you, but if you were to, I think you'd get a kick out of it.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
That she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy.
Okay, that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, a good one, Trump. Good one. I mean, I never really disagreed I never really disagreed much with Monkey's statement that Trump is funny. I mean, he can be. Anyways.
But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done
to be fair, he did bring up her dad, and given that's her only living parent, I mean, you know, I think if I'm in a presidential debate and my opponent brings up my family, I would take offense to it. Not like I'm gonna slit their throat on the debate stage, but be like, oh, you want to invoke family? Okay, we can go there. You won't like it, but we can go there. But to be fair, her laughing at the I'd send her a MAGA hat thing. To be fair, that was funny.
Yeah. To be further fair, what I was going to say was that I don't know if it's like that personal of an attack if you go mentioning like a family member's beliefs. Like, it's not. I mean, unless she literally does find claims of Marxism at your parents to be like a literal insult.
Or at least, saying that, because her dad's a Marxist professor, that therefore, she's going to be absolutely like her father's property and just going to agree hook, line, and sinker with it. I mean, I would understand someone saying, oh, like, it's like if saying, if a woman is running, if a person's spouse believes something and you think that person's going to fall hook, line, and sinker for it, it might come off as, you're treating that person as if they are that spouse's property and they don't have their own way of thinking. Now, I mean, if she does agree, that doesn't automatically mean that she's her dad's property. It just comes off as like, guilt by association. By Trump's logic, he's a Nazi because, some of the people who were marching with torches in Charlottesville were neo-Nazis. Now, does that mean he's a Nazi? No. But I mean, it's again, that guilt by association kind of mindset that is it can be a sword. It can be a double-edged sword.
Right. I'm trying to like look at his right ear because that's the one that got grazed from the assassination attempt. I don't know if I'm seeing like much alteration, but then again, there is like the little bit of tuft of hair that is covering it up.
I'm looking kind of where I mean, I guess from what I see, it looks a little dented on his right ear. Like you see the lobe and you keep going.
Yeah, you see it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his ear got nicked. It got slightly pierced. It wasn't like the bullet went through, like hitting the ear more directly. I think he would not be here if it had done that, or he would be. No, I don't think he would be here. I think he'd be either in a hospital or he'd be dead. I think that I do not believe the assassination was staged. I think you'd have to be very stupid to stage it when it could have easily have gone wrong.
Oh, I don't think it was staged. It's just a little bit of a weird thing. And I will say, I think that he could like live without a little bit more of his ear than he actually got away with intact.
Well, I mean, given that it was like he said it was like what, a quarter of an inch away from his head. I mean, if it had been a quarter inch to the right, I mean, if it would have hit the skull, if it would have grazed the skull, he'd still be here. But depending on how he hit the angle, it could have hit his brain. If it would have penetrated the skull and pierced the brain, I don't believe he'd be here. I think he'd either be dead or in a coma. And then we'd be in a crisis of what to do then, legally speaking, in terms of who replaces him at the top of the ticket if he's dead or incapable of continuing.
Maybe he would have been like Yeah, effectively brain dead or something like that. I mean, maybe possibly Ron DeSantis, because this would have been right before he chosen JD Vance for his VP pick, which JD Vance would not have been able to officially take up the top ticket. So it probably would have, if I had to guess, probably would have felt on Ron DeSantis maybe.
Well, I just wonder when exactly did Trump make it where he's like, yep, I already know who I'm going to pick. I'll reveal it at the convention. Because if he made his pick before the assassination attempt, because I believe he said that he did, I think then that the RNC
Fair
would have
point.
felt
Fair point.
that they would have said, okay, well, that was his pick, and it's the idea of an open convention sounds a little like 1968. I think they would have preferred making it short and sweet and simple and just hoist the preferred VP pick to the top of the ticket.
Fair point.
Our country. And when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say. And I think it's a lot higher than the 21.
Effectively, as of right now, the debate is over because it's 9:36, and I got the notification a little bit earlier that Seth and Adam are now doing their well, actually no, that's the 30-minute notification. They're not live yet on their coverage of the debate, so never mind.
That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump. Thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
I'm amazed we've gone this far in the debate without mentioning the subject.
To be fair, we are only probably about to approach the 30-minute mark of this whole thing because we're just being so slow of getting through it.
Well, to be fair, given that the Democrats have made this policy their personality since May 2022, I'm amazed it wasn't the first subject.
Well, I will say that I kind of wish that Harris would have said what was on her mind about the whole statements of her being a Marxist and her dad being a Marxist, because I mean,
that's going to stick if she doesn't sufficiently respond. And some swing voters, that's going to stick. An accusation that ain't explicitly denied is going to be seen as one that's tacitly accepted as true.
Fair point. In that case, maybe it would have been politically effective of Trump, but I do not know if I would have made that statement myself, because I do not know if I factually know enough of her Marxist stuff to say that she's a Marxist. I mean, I think I could say that Tim Walz is a socialist because he's all being socialist is being neighborly. So, but Harris specifically, I don't know.
And Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many.
Is that a real thing? I mean,
I do remember him saying something along those lines regarding on Truth Social.
Be great for women's reproductive rights.
And he doesn't seem to be denying that he said that.
Okay, let's see.
With regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was.
Wait, what? Did she say his 6-week abortion ban?
She did.
What the fuck? They're
in the tank for her. You know who they're for.
You were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had
his 6-week abortion ban. Like, honestly, I would think that's pretty based of Trump if he was to advocate for that or try to. If he was the governor of Florida himself and was to push that through. But factually, you are wrong, lady. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's on DeSantis. DeSantis is the one that did that as governor.
Yeah. I think there's even statements. In fact, you know what? There was actually an earlier point of this very stream right here because I was listening to some of the preamble coverage that the random ABC News hosts were talking about in their commentary of the debate and of the two candidates. One of them made, excuse me, cracking my voice. One of them made the explicit statement that Trump has said before that he is against the 6-week abortion ban, that he thinks that that goes too far. And it was a lady on the network that they were saying that they were confused about what exactly Trump's beliefs actually were. But she was also just mentioning a whole bunch of examples of what Trump has said over the last year or so in regards of abortion. So she is wrong. She's conflicting with her own freaking network, in fact, on what Trump has actually said. Get your facts straight, ABC News. Oh, man. I cannot wait to hear Ranting Monkey's reaction to that when he gets to this point of covering the debate.
Said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you...
Wait. Your 6-week abortion ban and say that he says going to need more than 6 weeks.
In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that...
Initially said it was too short. And then...
we need more than 6 weeks. But then...
and then we need more than 6 weeks.
The very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban.
It was still like not his 6-week abortion ban because it's not like he's governor of Florida. So it's a bit of a misnomer. Like it could be just be that she's not exactly getting her words straight. But anyway, I digress a bit.
Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
Okay, by that same token, we cannot trust him on the issue of guns either because he is like it's so mixed. There's not a clear like one track on what his actions have been on guns, rhetoric-wise and policy-wise. It sounds like you're going to say something, Skylar.
Oh, I was just going to say that that this is a huge problem for Trump. Is this man has no core convictions. The only one that I guess you can say he has any type of credibility on is trade. Since the 1980s, during the Reagan administration, he criticized the administration from the
taxes.
left. and well, he did support. If
Lowering
I remember,
income taxes, at least, anyways. Sorry.
Well, at least since he became a Republican. I mean, during his 2000 campaign, he supported higher taxes on the wealthy and universal health care, gun control and abortion, quote unquote, rights. And during the Reagan administration, he criticized the administration from the left on trade. And he had flirted with the idea of running at the time in 1988. But this is a man who's taken both sides, who's been on both sides of so many issues: abortion, gun rights, the issue of healthcare. The few times that he can stick to a position is when he knows that he's too deep in it now to change course. In 2012, after Mitt Romney conceded to President Obama, Trump said Republicans, immigration's a loser for Republicans. Now it doesn't seem so much like that, given how the Biden-Harris administration's done. I mean, this is a man who will sell out his own base if he thinks it will get him elected. That satirical article from either The Onion or Babylon Bee, Trump, whatever will get me elected is my position. I mean, they're not exactly wrong.
All right. Kamala's debate fantasy freedom tunes. That was what the notification was. Just address the chat a little bit. Frank JGZ says, when Trump first ran in the Republican ticket, there were approximately 17 or 18 candidates. As far as I was concerned, Trump was number 35. But back then, I voted for Trump and not Hillary. Now I will vote for Trump and not Kamala. All right. Good for you, Frank.
Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll.
He forgot his name, apparently. He's referring to Ralph Northam.
The former West Virginia governor, that's for Virginia. The former West Virginia governor, he's referring to as Earl Ray Tomblin, the incumbent.
Oh, wait, he's referring to a different guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's meaning the former governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam, not former West Virginia governor Earl Ray Tomblin. He's talking
you're just changing subjects.
Oh
right?
no, I'm just pointing out who's who. He said West Virginia. He twice when he meant Virginia. The incumbent is Jim Justice for West Virginia, and the incumbent in Virginia is Glenn Youngkin, and Youngkin supported a 15-week ban. I was just trying to clarify who's who in the who's the governor of which state.
Okay.
Execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after.
She knows she cannot weasel out of that. Look at the look on her face.
Oh man, it's they might as well just be branding her with a metal iron because you can see that she's just that she knows that this could sink her with some voters, even those who are pro-abortion. Some
even those who are like moderate pro-choicers, they'd be like, I don't want to kill a baby in the 9th month of conception. Why do you, Kamala, by proxy with your selection of Tim Walz?
After birth, it's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for.
Okay, I guess what he's trying to say there is that the issue might be about how he wants to vote as far as Florida specifically goes. Because was it actually like the legislature and governor that were down in Florida, Ron DeSantis, obviously, who were like putting forth and passing legislation, or was that left up to the people of Florida in the same way that the value of them both bill was left in to the citizens of Kansas?
Well, I mean, they passed a lot of legislation on social issues, of course, in the first term, and pro-abortion groups like they did in Ohio, like they did in California and Vermont. They are trying to overturn that with an amendment. It passed in Ohio with nearly 60% of the vote. And they have defeated pro-life, or at least pro-life leaning amendments in Montana, Kentucky, as you mentioned, Kansas. And they're trying to do the same with overturning it via constitutional amendments, not just in Florida. I think they're doing it in New York. They are doing it in Arizona, and they're doing it in Nevada.
Because I guess what I'm thinking is, what I'm trying to say is, if it was like left up to the people to vote on the legislation in the same way that it was for Kansas, then maybe he's talking about he personally voted for the pro-life proposal, the 6-week ban in Florida, as a citizen of Florida, because even though he kind of disagrees with that, he still finds that preferable over allowing abortion all the way to like the 9th month. Maybe that's what he's trying to refer to. That's kind of how I read his answer, anyways, even though it was kind of jumbled up and whatnot. Right. I don't know. What's your opinion?
I'd say that no matter what he says tonight, it's just one flip flop too many. I mean, these two are like John Kerry 20 years later. Interestingly enough, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are not that much older or younger than John Kerry. And given that Donald Trump Kamala Harris has been consistent on this issue, consistently wrong. Trump has been consistently inconsistent on the issue. If the environment were more favorable to our side of the debate, there'd be no problem. Given that in some states it could sink him or help him, he will do whatever it takes to win, even if that means throwing his own voters under the bus.
Oh, okay. Voters will have a say on the matter in November when a proposal to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution will appear on the election ballot. Regardless of what affects this, what happens this fall, the ban could have far-reaching effects. Okay, that was NPR, by the way. So that particular paragraph right there, voters will have a say on the matter in November. So yeah, apparently this upcoming 6-week abortion ban is being left up to the citizenry as opposed to legislature to pass it and governor to sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
For 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe
5
exceptions for
Chief Justice John Roberts Jr. voted against overturning Roe v. Wade, but he also voted to uphold the Mississippi law that led to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. He joined the 3 liberals on the Supreme Court to uphold Roe, but with the other 5 to uphold the Mississippi law. He was trying to have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah. John Roberts being John Roberts, I guess, being a bench sitter.
Yeah, and I sadly he'll probably be on the court for at least another 5 or 10 years.
Wasn't he nominated by George Bush Jr.?
Yes, he was supposed to take the place of Sandra Day O'Connor, then William Rehnquist, who Roberts couldn't fill the shoes of. When Rehnquist died, he decided, all right, I'll put Roberts in for Chief Justice and Alito in for O'Connor's seat, and that. Before then, Bush had not made a single appointment to the Supreme Court.
And, of course, Clarence Thomas was H. Bush's nominee, I believe, right?
Right. In terms of judicial philosophy, he's great. In terms of personal conduct, he's horrible. But
Clarence Thomas?
Mm-hmm. And, and I think that I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas stands down if Trump's reelected and if there's a Republican Senate. If it's a 50-50 tie, he might hold off, but I think that Donald Trump might have maybe one more Supreme Court appointment in him if he's reelected. I don't buy that there will be another one if it's Harris, because none of them are going to be willing to retire. Anyway. Yeah.
I just gotta say, if there was to be. I mean, obviously it's too late, and this idea would probably never happen. Although then again, there is the Reagan movie. But if they were to make a movie about Clarence Thomas, they would have James Earl Jones play as him. Rest in peace.
Right.
I mean, they look kind of similar enough. I mean, he could fit the part, or looked, but now he's dead. James Earl Jones is not Clarence Thomas. Again, rest in peace to the voice of Vader and Mufasa.
Mm-hmm.
For rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened.
That's not true. Democrats, in large part, want it to be a national right.
Yeah, they don't want this a state-by-state issue. They want to impose the matter in block on the whole country. They don't want it to be an incremental state-by-state issue. Because they know that if a referendum were held in Wyoming, they ain't going to win there when 80% of the voters there are Republican. They probably wouldn't win in West Virginia. They wouldn't win in Oklahoma. Mississippi, they did win by defeating a pro-life amendment there in 2011. But beyond that, I think that I don't know. On one hand, I want to say the backlash to the overturning of Roe has definitely harmed the Republicans. But at the same time, the Republicans who signed such legislation were reelected in Florida, in Georgia, in Ohio, in Iowa, and it wasn't particularly close. So I don't know how much damage the backlash has actually brought on.
Happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But
yeah, kinda. I mean, I'm not gonna so much disagree with him, but some of the people were like voting because against it because they legitimately disagreed with the banning of abortion. But some of them were also like gaslit out of their pro-life beliefs because they had the talking points touted at them rubbed in their face. Oh, separation of church and state. The only reason why you think abortion is wrong because you're a Christian and don't you believe in church and state? I guess I do believe in church and state. Okay, I'm not going to vote for the value of them both amendment. And plus, the extremist nut jobs who thought that it's all or nothing, and if a bill is not going to give me literally a ban on all abortion, then I'm just going to vote for keeping abortion as the way it is in Kansas instead of incrementally trying to ban it step by step.
Yeah, I'd say the conservatives in Kansas should not give up. I think they can do it again. And I think that the argument should be made that this is incremental. Incremental progress is progress. Yeah, democracy's messy. Yeah, it's not a whole lot of fun when your side might lose, but you know, it's better than the status quo.
Yeah.
Each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
I wonder if Kamala is going to say essentially, fuck states' rights. We're going to put it back in nationwide. You are all going to allow abortion. Every 51 of you states.
50 in the District of Columbia.
Yeah. But when I say 51, I was trying to separate the two. Say every single one of you 50 states, I guess would be more grammatically correct.
Right.
State in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a
Nope. I looked it up myself.
surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now,
Based.
Mm-hmm.
now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor
Trying to like pin every single abortion ban on Trump. I mean, obviously Trump does not agree with every single abortion ban. And I know that Trump was not doing a very good job being clear on what his position actually was with his last 1 or 2 statements in response to the moderator as far as how and why he was voting the way he is in Florida's, for the upcoming vote in November in Florida as far as abortion goes and everything else. But still, like, keep in mind the facts, lady.
of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Okay, I'll agree with that. But henceforth, I also agree that we should not be banning parents from beating the shit out of their kids to where that they're bloodied and bruised.
That you're just, it's rhetorical, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I just want to make sure, but I was just gonna say that.
No. Obviously, I'm just. Obviously, I was being facetious. I was just trying to make a point that. I'm just. You know me, man. I get so tired of the rhetoric from pro-choicers trying to say that there is no reason for pro-lifers to care about abortion just to get the government out of people's lives, when really emphasized multiple times over and over again, the purpose of the government is to preserve people's lives. When it comes to like human trafficking, I mean, human trafficking does not affect me personally, but I still want that banned because somebody else is being victimized. In the same case with abortion, somebody else is being victimized, having their rights violated. That being that unborn baby inside the mother's womb who is like attempting to get an abortion.
Right. And the thing is, if Kamala Harris is so concerned about the government not being involved in healthcare, which is just a euphemism for, kill the baby, if she's so concerned about that, then she shouldn't be supporting government involvement in healthcare, period, whether it be abortion or otherwise. And
Yeah.
it's funny how the people, the pro-abortion crowd, 2020, my body, my choice. 2021, wear a mask and get vaccinated, or you're a murderer. 2022, my body, my choice. These people are the last ones to talk about autonomy and privacy. They're not having any type of record to run on in that issue. And given, and I know this is going to sound pretty harsh in the minds of some, maybe even those who might agree with me on being pro-life, but the pro-abortion crowd is pro-rapist. They are pro-child abuse. They are pro.
That's a spicy take.
They are very much complicit in covering up horrible acts like abuse, sexual assault. Because when they say that it should be, we should be having, it should be legal for cases of rape and such. What they're really saying is they want there to be no proof that incident happened, and they are saying that the child, because they didn't have a choice in how they were conceived, that child is automatically deserving to be executed for something they had no involvement in, that they had no control over. The pro-abortion crowd is very much on the side of rapists, because a lot of them, I can't imagine how many would be pro-life, but I'm certain the vast majority are pro-choice because they want to get away with what they did.
Yeah, man, dude, you are like I don't mean this as necessarily a pejorative, but you were like more extreme than even I was when we first met each other in 2017. As far as abortion beliefs go now,
well, I
don't know if I would go so far to say that they're in support of rapists. I definitely see the logic as far as stating that they're wanting the evidence of a rape being covered, and that they allow a mother to kill said evidence of a rape happening, that being the existing child that was the result of rape. But to say that they're on the side of rapists, I don't know if there was better way to word that, but in other cases that are more explicit, that would more accurately be in line with what you said there, I would definitely be interested in whatever stories that you've read about the situations.
Well, I mean, given that abortion in the case of rape or incest does not overturn the damage done, it just keeps that cycle of violence going. And given that so many individuals who they're not pro-abortion because they think women should have autonomy and blah blah blah, it's just because they don't want to deal with the responsibility. They don't want to take responsibility for their own actions. And when the pro-abortion crowd
being
says
a case of convenience, of course.
And when the pro-abortion crowd says that pro-lifers are pro-rapist, I think it's only fair to say that, if anything, it is the pro-abortion crowd who, would do anything to have their agenda furthered by saying that instead of maybe having any type of compromise like adoption or, I don't know, more aggressive prosecution of rapists. No. It just has to be that the child's terminated. It's nothing in principle. It is just entirely whatever furthers their agenda. And when they want to call pro-lifers pro-rapist, they have more than earned the title themselves. And,
okay.
And I want to say for the record that I had previously been pro-choice, and I very much regret every day having supported such a horrible institution.
Right. I mean, I definitely understand where everything is coming from there. Very quickly, Ranting Monkey. Trump debates Kamala Harris and moderators. Live reaction. Live in 30 minutes. Funny. Do you recall him arguing with the moderators at any point so far in this debate? I don't know if I have. Maybe it happens later on down the line.
Probably later, but so far I'm willing to say that him being challenged on his statements by the moderators is not bias or being unfair. He does not have the right to be unchallenged in his statements when he exaggerates or lies about blatantly lies. I mean, if he gets called out on it, that's not anyone else's fault but his own.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go and continue.
Talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage.
That's not what he was referring to. He was referring to the power of legislating on abortion given back to the states being what people wanted. Now, you can say that that's not true. Say that, no, everybody wants a national legalization of abortion in direct response to what he actually said. But no, you're just wrong, Camel Toe Harris.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that says that. I know Sparky does too.
Being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking.
That is a false fear right there.
Yeah.
Doctors should just do their research, maybe even call a lawyer instead of being so chicken shit and being all like, oh, I cannot help you with your ectopic pregnancy because I'm afraid I'll get my medical license revoked. People,
right.
Yeah. Doctors, with all due respect, get smart. Do not be so a bunch of fraidy cats because there is a law on the books that says you're not allowed to do an actual abortion, when what you have on the table right there is not a woman wanting to kill their child for convenience purposes or even because of rapists or whatever, but because their child is not going to make it, or they aren't going to make it, or both.
What? She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term? They don't want that.
And I just want to clarify that could theoretically apply under life of mother situation as well, depending on how the doctors predict, obviously. Actually, I'm just going to say that in most to all cases, a preteen being pregnant, that pregnancy continuing any further, probably going to kill the little girl. And we can probably throw that in the life of mother exception pile right there.
Right.
And nobody is against that. Not Trump. I mean,
not me. I mean, in life of mother exception, I'm not against the life of a mother exception.
I'm tired of everybody pretending that we are just against life of mother exceptions.
And I pledge to you,
when really we are not. It's just like one of the most disgusting strawmen of the second and third decades of the 21st century.
when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly...
Yeah, fuck states' rights, apparently. Fuck states' rights.
Fuck the Constitution.
Fuck the Constitution.
And here's the thing. Chuck Schumer has said that he wants to abolish the Senate filibuster if the Democrats retain the majority in 2025, and if Kamala Harris is elected president, and if the House of Representatives is flipped to the Democrats, he would abolish the Senate filibuster. And that's why, even though obviously I'm voting third party down the ballot, if you ask me how I want the election to go, I'd say it's a wash for president. I'd like to see the Senate be a 50-50 tie, and the Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives, because then such an effort would probably be
gridlock dead. Based. Let's go.
Sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his...
Lie. Wrong. Come on, Trump. Where's your signature? Wrong. But then again, I guess Trump is nowadays is trying to make an effort to be more professional. So credit where credit is due, I guess.
Right.
Project 2025.
Somebody's compensating for their dick in the background of your place there.
Yeah, it's like this all the time. You know, it's too bad that they don't just set up spike strips to I mean, seriously, like I know people are like, "Oh, what? You never cruise down the VAR?" No, no. And frankly, every time someone does that, I hope they wrap their car around a telephone pole because that's the only way they're ever going to learn to knock that shit off.
Yeah.
There would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think
I don't buy that for a second.
Neither do I. Like, as wrong as Trump is, like, he has not advocated for a national surveillance state to enforce some kind of national abortion ban or something like that.
Right.
You're just full of shit, Kamala. You're full of shit.
the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be.
Yeah, one's own body, not another person's body. That person inside of you,
Yeah.
be it for bad or for worse.
And freedom of bodily choice, but vaccines and whatever, I guess not.
Made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban,
Get wrecked, bitch.
no, I'm not in favor of.
This is sorry. It is rare for people to see me be praising Trump, but right now I am kind of giddy in support of Trump on this bit of line of dialogue right here.
Abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially.
I won't have to because it won't happen. I think it is safe to say that nobody within Congress or the Senate, or it's highly unlikely anyways, is going to propose legislation for a national abortion ban, let alone will it pass Congress to go up to him, especially now in our current political climate. So, yeah, a bit of a dumb question on her part. And I think that was a fair answer, even though it wasn't a simplistic yes or no. I like that answer right there. I won't have to.
Now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss.
Okay, we're shifting subjects here. That was a bit of a weird change of pace right there.
Right.
If you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because the running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D.
Oh, do you really? It's safe to guess that he that he will not sign it. That he will not sign a national abortion ban. Either veto it, or he won't even have to consider a decision because it won't approach his desk at all. I mean, come on, just. I know that I am like one of the progenitors of liking stupid, simple answers, but I think this is a point of when that the moderators are being more autistic than even my retarded ass. Play the Alex Jones meme. Play it. I'm kind of retarded.
In all fairness, JD, and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is.
Roe v. Wade by itself did not specify when exactly abortion was to be capped at, didn't it? I mean,
No,
I know
well,
that before Roe v. Wade was overturned, that technically there was a de facto ban on any abortions to take place past 24 weeks. Generally speaking, anyways. So maybe that's what she's trying to imply. But I just found her answer to be kind of weird. And honestly, I would have liked a better answer on that. I think it might be safe to maybe give the benefit of the doubt, anyways.
Well,
But
essentially what Roe v. Wade did was it said that what it did ultimately was decide that it couldn't have an undue burden. And what happened was after 1973, the Supreme Court, it looked like, might overturn it in 1992 in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, in which Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Robert Casey Sr., tried to overturn it. What Casey did is it overruled Roe's trimester framework and abandoned strict scrutiny in favor of an undue burden test. The question would be, does this particular ban impose an undue burden? And the strict scrutiny standard, the strict scrutiny standard holds the challenge law is presumptively invalid unless the government can demonstrate that the law or regulation is necessary in achieving to achieve a compelling state interest. The government must demonstrate that the law is narrowly tailored to achieve that compelling purpose and that the government uses the least restrictive means to do so. Failure to meet it would result in the law being enjoined as unconstitutional. What Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and I feel like almost no one ever talked about that decision, it said we're going to ignore the strict scrutiny standard. We're going to go with an undue burden test, which, to explain it a little more succinctly, the undue burden standard states that a legislature cannot make a particular law that is too burdensome or restrictive of one's fundamental rights. And that is, of course, wrongly assuming that abortion is a right when it is simply put. They can't point out where it explicitly is somehow right in the Constitution. And, of course, thanks to Dobbs versus Jackson overturning both Roe and Casey, I don't exactly agree with the wording of Dobbs versus Jackson, saying it wasn't deeply rooted in the nation's history or tradition. I would just say that there is no, I don't believe that's necessarily the right standard to use. I'd rather say that the Roe was wrongly decided. It was decided as a form of judicial activism. It wasn't. They could not establish how it was a right in the Constitution when there is nowhere in it that says it. And I feel like people abuse the Ninth Amendment to state that well, what does the Ninth Amendment say? Well, it says that there are certain rights that are not explicitly enumerated in the Constitution, and that the government isn't supposed to, they're retained by the people. That rights are retained by the people that aren't specifically enumerated in the Constitution, and of course, then it becomes more of a debate of when exactly it goes too far. Of when certain things would definitely not be a right, that some of those pro-abortion people would not agree, would not be right, that they would agree it would not be right.
All right. Don't know if that was like a clear enough answer to my question.
Oh, sorry, could you restate the question then?
My question was, well, I'm not so sure if it was as much of a question. It's just I was making a statement on what she was saying there, She was all like, I would just preserve the rights that were provided within Roe v. Wade. In response to the question of would you have any restrictions on abortion, like say, for example, a ban on late-term abortions? And Roe v. Wade, I don't think it was specific on whether or not that late-term abortions even were allowed, but there was like a de facto ban, generally speaking, within the entire country that no, you're not to have any abortions past that of 24 weeks. And yeah, so I was thinking that maybe knowing all that context, that maybe could be safe to be given the benefit of the doubt that that's what she's referring to, that she would think that late terms are not okay, or I don't know what.
Well, what I was going to, I was just going to reiterate, but in a more succinct way, is that from what I understand, Roe did not, it did not say that it is an absolute right and that there can be no restrictions. There was just a standard that they had set that the court would look at and say, whether it be strict standard or undue burden, to say if a particular ban was unconstitutional. So to say the protections is, to me, it seems like she herself does not fully understand, what the decision actually said.
Okay. All right, I guess we'll just move on from there.
Is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs.
I think she's like reiterating the lie that was in relation to Tim Walz's story about how he one of his kids was brought into the world via an IVF. I do not know the specifics of that detail, but I'm just skeptical of that claim as well.
Right.
Who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs, barely can afford to do it. And what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
You're forgetting about the states that voted to ban it, though. That was just totally a wrong statement right there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and of course she's going to cloak it in freedom, because if she actually had to describe what the procedure does, the support for it wouldn't be so strong. And it's appeals to emotion, and this is why I understand why people are disillusioned.
It definitely appeals to emotion. Did you hear the crack in her voice, like she was about to bawl out in tears right there?
Yeah, it's perhaps the most emotion she'll show in terms of any political decisions. Forget the fact that her administration is pretty much responsible for a number of young women being killed by illegal immigrants. No statement about that. No sadness. But someone having to be held to account for making poor choices and having an unintended baby. That is much worse than being beaten to death by someone who had no right to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got...
I think that might be another bit of hyperbole on Trump's part. A leader in IVF? You're like as much of a leader on keeping IVF legal as much as you were a leader on the idea that Kyle Rittenhouse should be, not convicted as a criminal during his trial. Which, that is to say, very little.
Mm-hmm.
Had a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts. I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do
Oh, wait. Oh, let's see this.
that? Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer the
problem.
question, would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia.
There we go. He got it right.
We put
Oh, yeah. I thought he was about to say they're the governor of Minnesota, because that would probably be like a little bit more of a damning point to hit against Kamala if he was to bring it up. And probably more accurate too, because I think that, oh, God, I don't agree with like Short Fat Otaku or anyone else trying to downplay the statement of Ralph Northam. I mean, the Ralph Northam statement of we would like take the baby and a decision will be made, as if he's like keeping the possibility open of maybe just letting the infant just let the brat die already or something like that. Whereas with Tim Walz, there's like articles and everything else, more serious implications to be made that he would just in fact let babies just die alone and starving because they're not being tended to or whatever. And specifically those types of post-birth like de facto abortions being unreported, that's definitely more factual than whatever Ralph Northam was saying, even though I agree with pro-lifers that what Ralph Northam said was very fucking shitty.
the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country.
Oh, boy.
Vice President Harris.
Probably going to be less pauses to this because, I don't know, I'm a little bit more apathetic on immigration as opposed to abortion. But I thought that was overall pretty good on Trump's part. That's probably like the best part of this debate so far, in my opinion, was Trump's performance against Kamala on abortion.
I'm pleasantly surprised that he put up as much of a fight as he did. So I mean, he's got that going for him.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not enough to say. It's not enough to make me want to vote for Trump as opposed to abstaining from voting. People, just to be clear, but all the same, credit where credit is due.
You were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America.
Oh, boy.
Illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress...
You also convicted potheads and people, and you wanted to convict people for parents specifically for not being extra harsh on their kids for skipping school.
Yeah.
And you also wanted it to withhold evidence of proving people's innocence.
Mm-hmm.
Including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working overtime.
Dang it. Tell your neighbors to calm their fucking engines already.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would...
Wait, what's she saying would is she saying that a Trump bill would allow fentanyl to flow more?
No, she was saying that the bill would have, she says the bill would have curbed the flow of it, and saying that she said she understands that many have been affected by fentanyl, which has killed a considerable number of people. That is what she was saying.
Okay. I'm gonna give it another listen still because I already round it.
Say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming in.
Okay, you're right. I am not listening very well. She's saying that it would have slowed the flow of fentanyl, not mentioning Trump at all, as whether or not that he would do anything that would have passively allowed more fentanyl in.
Into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
Wasn't that the one bill? I'm pretty sure that she's referring to the one bill that was a poison pill that also included funding to Ukraine.
Right. They crammed it with a lot of writers because they knew that in order for the bill to be passed by the Republican House, that in order for this bill, whoa, sorry, I just saw a flash outside. In order for the Republican House,
Got a lightning storm going on.
I think we're about to. The Republicans in the House, if they want this bill passed, they'd be forced to accept more aid for Ukraine without any type of oversight, without any kind of accountability. And the Republican House decided that that was not something they were going to accept.
All right.
Not that I can blame them.
And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk.
To be fair to her, he was pretty slow on actually building his supposed border wall. Only a couple hundred extra miles of wall and plus 500 or something like that miles worth of pre-existing border wall that he fixed up. It's still not completely plugged up because either Trump is a procrastinator or he is, in fact, as Kamala's putting it, running on a problem.
Right.
Damn, your neighbors are a bunch of dicks.
Yeah, I very much miss
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say I miss the urban life where, because it is quiet. Thank God. In the urban areas, it's quiet. Here, it's like
the urban areas or rural areas.
Urban. I mean,
Okay.
but rural. I mean, trust me. My home state. There's plenty of beautiful rural areas that I like to go to. But with regard to urban areas, suburban areas, I meant in urban areas, it's very loud and occasionally I can witness. I can witness. Sometimes I witness car accidents happen. Other times I witness the police telling the homeless people to go away.
The suburban areas were quiet, whereas the downtown urban areas are where you're living now, I presume, is more loud.
Yep.
Okay, makes sense.
Talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you.
Isn't that a bit of projection on her part? She tried to get Megan Thee Stallion to be one of the announcers or promoters of her campaign, only for people to be all like, what the fuck is this weirdness right here? And they were not dancing up or anything like that. Even most of the black people who were like in the front rows of that background in that footage were not dancing or anything like that to fucking Megan Thee Stallion shaking her ass.
Yeah, it's one of the few times she can do that, and people aren't gonna pay it much mind. DarkCon paid it much mind though.
Oh, fuck you.
No,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
I know too much about who it was to where that I wasn't able to get a boner over it. Trust me, if I know the girl's personality and how unlikable I find the personality to be, trust me, that physicality is going to ugly up pretty well subconsciously for me.
Oh, fair enough.
The one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And
Not entirely true, but anyway, you were saying.
I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost.
Could not keep up the smug look, could you, Kamala, for too long? You realized that it was getting too painful because you realize he's right, apparently. Yeah. Terrible body language. Terrible. Terrible on Harris's part.
We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done.
Yeah, wow. Like, hold my head a bit before you start giving me whiplash on the change of subjects there, Trump. Like, gosh dang.
To our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over.
Wait, what the fuck? Rallies, World War III, immigration. Oh my gosh. Let me rewind that a bit actually to fully digest that, because that was weird.
So she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over.
What the fuck? Rambling a bit, Trump? That was so loosely connected. I think that, oh man, he's starting to bust at the seams right now as far as the tapestry of words that he is trying to construct right here.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, when you hit him on rally size, or you hit him on anything like that, he's insecure. It's just who he is. These kind of things, when in the second presidential debate, he seemed a lot more restrained and in control of his thoughts and feelings compared to the first debate and the last debate.
Well, I don't know. I think the first debate he was a whole lot more controlled, and I don't know. I thought that this debate and the first debate he's been generally more controlled than he was at any point in 2016. So I don't know. I have to disagree a little bit there. He was a whole lot more immature back then. And although I do agree with the whole insecurity part of it, he's insecure. I mean, I think that it's pretty factual that he has, generally speaking, better rallies than Harris. But the fact that he would have to go on about that probably does show a bit of insecurity on his part. But I was just talking mainly about how he went from rallies to statements about World War III to talking about millions of people pouring in relating to immigration. This is a very messy string of statements that he's making right here. And it's just got me all fumbled right now.
And I got you. I mean, it's, I think I understand. I do think that notes should be allowed, or at least they should be allowed to take notes or make them to. Because
they actually were allowed to take a notepad and pencil or pen with them.
I didn't see either of them do that, though. I think that was clearly a mistake.
Probably. I mean, the fact that they didn't is a mistake on their parts, but from what I read, they were allowed 3 things: a water bottle, a piece of writing utensil, and a notepad. But not a notepad with pre-filled notes of what they have to say pre-debate, what they know
Right.
pre-debate that they have to say during the debate.
The United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
Oh, now we're talking about eating domesticated animals.
Oh,
This
Christ.
is a very recent issue that I got hearing about, and it's just I don't have any opinions either way about it. Not sure of how much that it weighs in on the grand scheme of things. There are some memes and stuff being shared on that I'm seeing on feeds on my feeds on Facebook that go talking about this statement, and then there's like some articles that go saying, "Oh, this is not true." Although some of those statements are like from PolitiFact, for example. I don't trust PolitiFact as far as I can throw them, but still, in the grand scheme of things, I just don't know how big of an issue it is. But this is just a whiplash on change of subjects here.
Yeah.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far
Okay, I guess what he's saying is that immigrants are like eating other people's pets, specifically citizens of America's pets. So
Right.
I'll definitely have to look more into that. But anyway,
as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go
you already mentioned the rallies. Why are you circling back to this?
is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very
Okay.
simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success.
I guess he's trying to tie it all together to say how that the rallies are a sign that people are afraid, that they're concerned about World War III. They're concerned about millions of people pouring into the border and eating their own dogs and cats. But I don't know. It was still very sloppily constructed together. It was kind of hard to follow along.
Right.
Success will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield.
And we will if we get another depression of where that there are food shortages in the grocery stores.
Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
let me just say here, this is
The people on television say,
This is probably the point of where that they go arguing with each other. But at the same time, to be fair, Trump kind of, well, actually, no. Yes, Trump interrupted him, but at the same time, the moderator decided to engage in arguing with Trump when he said, Mr. Trump, you're wrong. So maybe that's what Monkey is referring to in the title of his stream that I might watch throughout the workday tomorrow.
Right.
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election,
She's so cringy.
I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President.
Oh, yay. Goody, goody, goody. You got endorsed by freaking Dick Cheney. You want a cookie for that? Actually, I think the endorsement of Dick Cheney would be a bad look for y'all. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, that the former vice president, and well, actually the real former president, Dick Cheney, pretty much said he's voting for her. His daughter, Liz Cheney's voting for her. I mean, she's gotten the endorsement of a number of Republicans, former generals. And to me, that's not a good look. These people are half the reason why we're in the mess we're in, and she's touting their endorsement. And as far as I'm concerned, that's not something to be proud of.
Yeah, you might as well be saying, I got endorsed by war hawks.
You know, if Hitler were alive and said he wasn't voting for Trump, you know he'd be getting his own show on MSNBC.
Based.
President Bush
Well, not the fact that he would get a show, but just... Oh, no, I'm being sloppy with my wording. What I'm meaning is that you're right. You're not wrong when you say that. Probably would possibly happen. Or somebody similar to Hitler. But anyway.
Mitt Romney, and John McCain.
Yep, 2 loser Republicans. I'm proud of their endorsement.
Including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know,
I knew it. I knew it. This is so good. This is gold. And you can tell Trump, look at the look on his face. He knows. He knows it's a bad look for her.
oh, the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who
Yeah, that track being what? That track being more anti-war than all those warmongers?
And that's saying something, given his foreign policy record.
Yeah.
worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security...
That I won't really contest, but you kind of do, just not as brazen, just not as rhetorically explicit about it. Okay, I'm going to be unbiased. I feel like I paused Kamala at a too flattering of a pause face right here, minus her neckline. Just, she giving me those like bedroom eye vibes right now, almost. I'm just saying.
Tell us what you really feel about her.
What I really feel is that I wouldn't fuck her if she was the last woman on Earth. But I'm just, if I'm gonna compliment, if I'm gonna be unbiased with my compliments, I might as well just say them. Anyways.
security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic...
Wasn't that John Bolton?
No, his former Secretary of Defense was, I think it was Ash Carter, before he was fired. John Bolton was the former United Nations ambassador appointed by Donald Trump. Wow, I got that wrong. It was Mark Esper was Trump's most recent former Secretary of Defense, other than Jim Mattis.
Let me look up John Bolton. And he's still alive. Well, I guess it's not too surprising. He's about 20 years younger than what James Earl Jones was. Sorry, James Earl Jones is like heavily on my mind, people. If you cannot tell, the loss of James Earl Jones kind of hit a nerve for me.
John Bolton is 6 years younger than Joe Biden, is the former national security advisor under Donald Trump, and had considered running against Joe Biden this year. Thank God he did not.
United
he would have
States
lost.
National Security Advisor. That's what he was in office under Trump. What?
And
not for long either. He was just 2018 through 2019, and I thought it was like a lot earlier than that when he entered the Trump administration.
And he was George W. Bush's UN ambassador for a recess appointment, former assistant secretary of state, former undersecretary of state, assistant attorney general, and he worked for USAID during a lot of these posts were in the Reagan, Bush, and Trump administrations.
Right.
The public would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen...
It's the end of the country as we know it if the other guy wins. So vote for me. That usual tired fear-mongering. I'm sure that we will be fine. Well, I mean, I guess there is a possibility that we could, like, blow ourselves up to smithereens. But minus of the possibility of that happening, I'm sure that we'll be fine for at least another 4 more years, regardless of who wins.
Right. I think everyone is getting a little ahead of themselves, thinking it's Trump or communism or whatever. It's like, guys, come on. We've been hearing this ever. There's a compilation on YouTube about people saying it's the most important election ever. We know that's not true.
You know what? You say there's a compilation? Let me look that
Yeah.
up. I'll have to
Yeah,
look at
it
that
has-
sometime.
It has your former Senator Bob Dole in the thumbnail.
What? Oh, Bob Dole?
Yeah, it has him in the thumbnail. He said it.
Oh, yeah.
Clinton said it. Bush, Trump, Biden, Obama, they all say the same thing, even though we all know that it's just hyperbole.
Was it the most important? This is the most important election compilation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I spot one that has Trump on the thumbnail. Another one that has Paul Ryan in the thumbnail. Although that's a CNN article. Another one, I think it's Bernie Sanders saying the thing 5 years ago. All right, maybe I'll have to look it up. Watch that sometime. Anyway.
This kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's
I'm just going to try and wean away from this.
just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family.
The way she opened her mouth there, did you catch that?
Yeah.
You are an open book. I can read right through you like you're glass, Kamala.
Didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because
I'm kind of just letting a lot of it play without responding, because for one, I don't have much to say in response, and two, we are so long, and I want to try to burn through as much of this as possible.
I'm fine with that.
Plus, I'm giving a super chat to Monkey to try and show my channel, my stream here a little bit, because honestly, it's rather disappointing of how little attention that my live stream is grabbing right now. Apparently, I don't know. Apparently, a lot of people are just letting the notifications stack up, the pings stack up as far as my channel goes. Whenever I ping everyone, or they just don't care. They don't care, which that's fine too. That's fair. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of black pilled on this election too, y'all. To be fair, but Hey, I mean, hey, I'm not that boring to watch. Come on.
Taking their criminals off the street, and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for.
I can't hear anything.
In like infecting the blood of our country statements. I'm not gonna rag on. I'm not actually ragging on that, but I just feel like that somebody's gonna try to overblow the statement of they're ruining the fabric of our country statements from Trump. There.
I mean, you know, it's like he's trying to write the playbook for the Democrats. It's like, you know, it's like just stop doing that. You know, like you're not helping yourself when you say stuff like that. It's like he's giving his opponents the chance to be like he's literally Hitler. And for me, it's like I find it to be, it's like, you know, I can't really say that the comparisons aren't warranted when he just keeps doing it. He keeps comparing all these when he keeps saying they're poisoning the blood of the country. It's like if you quote Joseph Goebbels or you quote Adolf Hitler, how are people not supposed to say, you know, he's directly quoting these people? Like, what are they supposed to take away from that?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely doesn't help them. I mean, what do you think of his statement of another get out and vote? In another 4 years, it'll all be fixed. It'll all be fine. You won't have to vote again. I love you, Christians. Blah, blah, blah.
DarkCon, it's pronounced. Get out and vote. It'll be fixed because I'm going to terminate the Constitution, just like how the Democrats terminate primary elections they don't like. And it's going to be beautiful. And I will make all the trains run on time.
So you have seen that quote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Aircraft Sparky kind of got on me for theorizing the possibility of the more pessimistic interpretation of that statement. I wasn't trying to state it as fact, because if I was to be charitable to Trump, he probably meant that he's going to fix the country so good that no future Democratic president is going to undo the repairs that he does. Possibly, but the fact that he worded the statement that he does, even if the most charitable interpretation of his words is true, he still worded it so shittily to where that he might as well have just given Democrats a whole bunch of ammunition to say, oh, he wants to terminate the office of the presidency and turn us into like a monarchy or something.
Yeah, I mean, this is
another statement that doesn't exactly help, but I mean, I'm still willing to give the benefit. Well, I don't think it's that terrible of a statement, but still. What were you saying?
It's like he's trying to throw this election to Kamala Harris. I feels like he was trying to give it to Hillary Clinton, and sure enough, his efforts did not pay off. It's like he's probably thinking, God, you know, this is my third time trying to give the White House to the Democrats, and you know, the first time I didn't do so good. The second time I almost failed again. And now this is my third chance to give them the White House. It feels sometimes like, I know he's not a Hillary plant, but sometimes it feels like he might as well have been.
Yeah. I mean, you remember back in 2016? Well, you might not have been a viewer of my channel back then, but I made that theory back then, that Trump is a Hillary plant.
I'm very familiar with it, and I am directly quoting that. Well, loosely quoting it.
Yeah. And in case everybody doesn't know, I officially retracted that statement of him being a Hillary plant, of course.
Over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President...
Oh, another arguing with the Trump part here. Do not stop arguing with the nominees. It's a bad look.
Yeah.
Just let the nominees argue with each other.
Excuse me, the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was
Really? Maybe it's something that I have to look into a whole lot more. Because I keep on hearing even I don't know, Actual Justice Warrior has a very weird way of framing of how that the decrease in crime post 2021 isn't that great regardless, but even he still kind of admits that crime has gone down as a national average, but I don't know. Actually, I forgot what my train of thought was.
a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been
At least he's not insisting to argue with Trump long term. He's just making the one statement, quick jab, and then moving on.
Right.
prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding.
Oh, yeah, the issue of riots happening. The protests will continue.
Yeah.
Federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of.
You know, I'm so tired of this. People like her, and even Destiny for that matter, keep on saying that Trump has no policy proposals. I mean, well, that's more specifically a Destiny talking point. But now she has a form of that same talking point by saying, let's actually address the concerns of the American people, and trying to pretend that it's one-sided on who is wanting to address the concerns of the American people. You can say that Trump's view on what the concerns of the American people is wrong, but it's not like he's just plain not doing it at all. I mean, he mentioned the economy for one. And
Yeah.
Even if you think that is total bunk what he said about immigrants eating American citizens' pets, that's another thing that he was addressing. In fact, that was his whole spiel about the whole rallies tangent that he went on a little bit earlier. Concern about World War III was another one of those things tied in with that.
Groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department.
Not true.
One of those cases was involved.
That's not true. They prosecuted President Woodrow Wilson, prosecuted Eugene Debs for violating the Sedition Act.
Democrats?
Yeah, the Democrats against a major third-party candidate. Man ran for president as a socialist, won 3% of the vote from prison. The United States government weaponized against those criticizing Abraham Lincoln's prosecution of the war.
His statement was that it never happened before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for your 2 cents.
Oh, you're welcome.
The
I will take it for what it's worth.
DOJ from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the
Oh man, are you really going to buy into that, Trump? That pronunciation of Fannie Willis? What's next? You're gonna just continue to call Kiev because Democrats want to call it Kiev because they don't want to be associated with right wingers in any way at all possible. That includes the pronunciation of the capital city of a country when we were pronouncing it Kiev beforehand, but now we're deciding to like change things up because stupid reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're
Not true. Refer to Skyler's statement earlier.
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would.
Which, fair enough, is a scary precedent.
Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with the characterization of the decision, but I don't think presidents should have any kind of immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department.
Oh, this must be the suspension. Let me rewind it just a few seconds.
A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department.
I wish that you would say the full quote, but I know what she's referring to right there. She's referring to the quote that we were reading about earlier on the stream, right as you were joining, Sky, and that he says that because my election was stolen, the Constitution is suspended, all the rules and everything within the Constitution suspended. I wonder if how he'll address that. That'll definitely be interesting.
Of justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it.
Biden has kind of done the same thing, calling them a bunch of stupid bastards. Now, I don't know much about statements from Kamala specifically, but still, I don't know. I would have to look more into the context and research more about the specific statements that he said about the military as a whole. I mean, obviously, there is like specific military vets, like John McCain, for example, that he kind of made fun of their military career. But as a whole, I don't know. I'm kind of willing to give the benefit of the doubt of the MAGA people that those statements are at least hyperbole from Democrats, if not lies. I don't know. What do you? What's your 2 cents on that, Skyler? Oh wait, did he leave? Oh, he is AFK, I guess. I'll just continue. Evanson says, "Sorry, it's not you, but I can't take any more of these two. Good night." All right, that's fine. See you later, Evanson. Thanks for watching as long as you did.
It would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House.
Honestly, I thought that you had left sooner, but it's good to know that you stayed longer than I originally thought.
With no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I
How many
probably
more
took a
minutes
bullet
do
to
we
the
have of
head
this?
because of the
About
things that they say about me.
2:17.
They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get
went
to. Dang it.
nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking.
Got about an hour of this stuff to go left. Dang it. It's going to be a long night.
What happened?
I was just saying that I have there's about an hour more of this live stream to go. It's a bit of a long night. In fact, I don't know if I expect you to like stay for much longer.
I'm gonna go at 10:15. I might watch the rest of the debate itself, and probably I might just make up my own video talking about my thoughts. But I do plan on heading out at 10:15 my time.
Okay. Well, there was it's one thing that I was kind of interested to get your take on. It was Kamala saying that how that Trump has basically ragged on military members as an entire whole. And so I was just wondering of what you have to say about that, how anti-military Trump's rhetoric has been or whatnot.
Well, I mean, the alleged calling them losers and suckers, I don't think really helps his case. I think that with respect to the matter of, insulting John McCain, I don't like John McCain. I don't feel particularly sorry for him, given the kind of lack of compassion he showed to people. That being said, President Trump respects these people. No, he doesn't. If they're voting for him, he'll respect them. If they don't vote for him, he will say they're losers and suckers. But if they vote for him, he'll call them geniuses and they're the best. And to me, loyalty is a one-way street with him. And people like that, where loyalty is a one-way street, that is just a losing thing.
Right.
Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
I really would have liked them to take some time before that Trump responded to the suspending the Constitution quote that she gave a very, very loose quote on that somebody might even nitpick and say that she's lying completely about that. But I don't know. Maybe Trump will do another one of his Trumpisms and go back and address that.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not.
Bullshit. Liar.
Banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign.
I mean, I'm definitely calling bullshit on her statement of saying that back in 2020, I guess 2019 more specifically, because it ties in with the election of 2020, she was never for the banning of fracking when factually she was. But the statement of like opening up new fracking licenses, I mean, obviously she does not get to claim credit for that, but I don't know how much I believe that really. Biden allowing more licenses for that? Sorry.
I remember hearing an allegation that the president got more Ukraine funding because he lifted a fracking or an oil ban in Louisiana. The Speaker of the House allowed that Ukraine aid bill to pass because Biden lifted some kind of regulatory matter over oil drilling. So, I mean, the energy policy of this administration has been contradictory. Biden said that, and the foreign policy, he said he would stand with allies, not dictators. Yet he walked back what he said about dealing with the murder of that journalist Khashoggi. I don't remember his first name, but that he would hold the Saudis to account, and then he did not because gas prices were higher, and he wanted to get that political headache off of his mind. And I mean, there's very little left on it anyway. But this administration has been a walking contradiction. They stand for human rights, and yet their record says very much the opposite. And I think by the time he leaves office, I think historians, any objective person, is going to say that, well, he was an nice old man, but that he was in over his head.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, it is time for me to head out. I very much appreciate being on the stream. It's good chatting with you. Let me know what else happens, and I'll see you soon, Zach.
All right. Have a good one, Skylar.
You too.
Pull up this link very quickly. YouTube poop Kamala Harris. Talk to us, Donald Trump. Maybe we'll watch that afterwards. After we're done with the live stream, obviously. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Foreign oil, we have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all the—
Wait, she's been against defund the police? I don't think that's the statement that you meant to say there, Trump. Like, you literally just said that Kamala is for funding the police. Wow. Quite the gaffe there.
that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please.
Get on with it, Trump. Get on with it. You're burning seconds here.
Sound familiar?
Okay. Fair point. He topped that off with sounds familiar, like he was referred to the vice presidential debate of 2020.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
Did she say don't lie? How about no you? I mean, you shouldn't do it either. Not lying.
She went out in Minnesota.
But the fact that you say don't lie, with that shit-eating grin on your face. You think that's intimidating? That's just goofy looking and kind of pathetic looking too. It's like you're scared shitless with a nervous looking smile on your face, rather than you're just confidently intimidating or anything like that. Jeez. Body language is just terrible here.
And wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal.
This is honestly, I gotta be fair. The whole thing of Trump selling chips to China, processor chips to China, that is saying that that's like rather absurd sounding and just out there, that I don't think I've ever heard about this. I gotta say that on the same token, this sounds rather out there that I find it kind of hard to believe too, that she actually said this. Now, obviously, she wants transgender procedures in other contexts, like even going so far down as children, even possibly. Well, not just possibly, but more than likely. But for illegal immigrants, I doubt that there's like an explicit statement of that belief, Trump.
That would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment.
to.
Have you seen any of the memes going around of the idea of building solar plants on top of as almost a solar panel type of roofs hovering over cars in parking lots? I mean, there's that idea. You could have proposed and promoted that idea, Trump, as maybe a little bit of a bone to throw to all the people who are rather sympathetic to green energy.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out of the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there...
I don't think it was more than 2 hours. I think it was just a little over 1 hour. I'm gonna have to read that article again that I had. I believe I have it linked underneath the one live stream of where that me and the boys like covered the Trump assassination attempt and responded to Destiny's 1v10 debate on the issue. But I'm just gonna have to. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to read it again to get more cleared up on the timeline.
Anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the...
Oh, yeah, I do have it linked down beneath Strike Force episode 241. It was from a Newsweek article. Anyway.
The people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in. She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David? When are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't
dabbling a little bit too much in the conspiracy theories there, Trump. I don't know if that's going to help you very much in the grand scheme of this election. I mean, do the voters really care that much about January 6th, particularly your constituents or your potential constituents? I mean, sure, yeah, there are all the Democrats who do care, like it's the end of the world, like it's the final make or break issue of the century, that being January 6th. But your constituents or potential constituents, do they care about whether or not what is true exactly, whether or not it was like a red flag or a hoax or anything like that? I doubt it.
Responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Quote me the explicit statement of where that he said, "Go attack the Capitol." Then we can talk. Then I'll believe you guys.
To desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Still on about this issue.
That when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too
Well, then why? Never mind.
far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will
A second time of bringing up, or at least implying to bring up the I lost an election, so therefore suspend the Constitution statement. I mean, yeah, or is he now going to address this? Is Trump now going to address this statement, or is he going to pretend like nothing was said there?
be a bloodbath. If this and the outcome of this election is not
Okay, the bloodbath statement, like that's another case of Trump being inarticulate. Like, part of me doesn't want to entirely blame the media for taking the interpretation that, oh, he's meaning that there's going to be violence or something in the automotive industry. I mean, but or violence over the automotive industry, whatever exactly they might want to like twist from that statement. But at the same time, I pretty much give the benefit of the doubt that when he said bloodbath, he wasn't meaning like literal physical violence. He was meaning like, oh, the automotive industry is going to be wrecked. The use of the term bloodbath definitely did not help him, though. Another case of Trumpist inarticulations.
Not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was.
Wait, energy? I thought it was in relation to statements about the automotive industry. I don't know. You know what? It doesn't. I don't know if it really matters which one exactly it was. He was referring to some kind of industry like that.
Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence.
I have a feeling that you mentioned Sean Hannity. Leftists are going to dismiss the fact that you quoted Sean Hannity to back up your statement. Just saying. Laura Ingraham, maybe not as much. Well, actually, is Laura Ingraham like a Republican or a Democrat? I don't know. I'm not that good with my C tier radio show hosts and what political alliances that they have.
They will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any city.
Oh, man. Is my live stream going to get taken down if I even flirt with this subject right here? If I even play Donald Trump making the statements right here that of election fraud, that the election was stolen from him?
President has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
no
Republican.
Judge looked at it.
And said
they said
no
we didn't have
widespread.
state.
This is not interview and argue with Trump hour, dude. This is Trump argue with Kamala. You guys just moderate hour, dude.
Standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing.
I'm getting tired of this subject already. I'm getting tired of election fraud debates. So fucking sick and tired.
That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top...
Okay, this might be a little bit more relevant. The reaction that Trump will have going forward in the future as far as who he thinks is responsible for supposedly stealing his re-election bid from him, his re-election win from him.
Lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that.
I gotta say, I gotta give credit. That is a little bit of cleverness from Kamala. Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. A little bit of a reference of how that his most popular statement for the longest time was, "You're fired," from Celebrity Apprentice and all that stuff.
But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny...
If you're talking about foreign policy, well, so is Biden. A weak little freaking dawdling old man.
What over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute.
I don't know if of how much that global leaders actually care about how he reacts to a possible stolen election. Just about what and how he's going to do on the national stage as far as foreign policy goes.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look.
What is he supposed to do about Russia wanting to build their own pipeline? I mean, what are you implying, Trump? Are you want to advocate for some kind of warmongering yourself? Want to go over there and start freaking invading Russia and their waters to prevent them from building their own pipelines? I mean, because tariffs on Russia is not going to prevent that. I don't even know if it's going to slow it down a whole lot. It's not like that they don't have their own steel that they can and everything that they can mine up from their lands in order to build a pipeline.
Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't.
I have not been live for 7 hours and 30 minutes. I'm just, you know what? Let me check my StreamYard thing here. Yeah, 3 hours and 47 minutes, not 7 hours. My freaking, I was just curious about what my freaking YouTube browser thing here was reading, and it's just wrong.
Stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, She was the first one to leave because she failed, and now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held.
Oh boy, let's see if how much she shoots herself in the foot with her own base on this.
Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Might I say death to Hamas, fuck Hamas.
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert.
1,200 Israelis, but some of those people, it wasn't quite 1,200 Israelis. A lot of those people were like tourists from other countries as well.
Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out?
I almost feel tempted that maybe I should like put a pin in this debate and do a part 2 stream, because it is getting late and I'm getting tired. I'm almost feeling pretty burnt out, and I am feeling pretty burned out right now. And God, how much more time do we have? It's hard for me to tell. Oh, that's just a commercial break. That doesn't. Sorry, I'm looking consistently at the slide here that shows a preview of what is ahead for you, and apparently that's not the end. I'm way behind in this live stream, by the way, if you can't really tell, but around minus 1 hour 20, it's just a commercial break. It's not the actual end. The actual end is more like minus hour 11. So yeah, a lot of time still to go. I'm gonna have to find it. And here's this first commercial break, which still hasn't happened yet. But I really am feeling like I should probably put a pin in this and do a second part like tomorrow evening or something. That is if I have the time, because I have a bit of a busy week here ahead of me, folks. So, I don't know. Ain't no time like the present. Let's just at least let it play and see if we can find ourselves a pretty good stopping point for the night.
And prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza.
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one.
Probably get up to the first commercial break and then probably call it good. That's what I am proposing for right now, at least anyways.
She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population. because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris.
What? Oh, fuck. Trump, do not oversell yourself. That is just so stupid. That is like, oh, man. That is such idiocracy levels of stupidity right there. I will get the war stopped before even being inaugurated or elected as president, whatever he said. Either way, elected or inaugurated, that would be before that he would be actually physically president and able to actually do anything. But he's thinking that just him winning alone is going to be enough to scare the Russians away from further invading Ukraine and scare the Hamas terrorists away from wanting to attack Israel anymore. Just, wow.
He says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again,
there's probably a lot of this stuff being said right here that that hopefully Ranting Monkey is going to address in his live stream, because I'm just unable to say anything in response myself, because I just don't know enough in the contrary of what Kamala is saying, or to back up what Trump is saying against Kamala, especially when it comes to issue of Israel here. I cannot make heads or tails of how anti or pro-Israel, anti or pro-Hamas that Kamala is.
Divide and distract from the reality, which is, it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known.
I think he did say that it was brilliant of Putin, but according to his own beliefs, not necessarily according to Trump and his beliefs. That it was brilliant. I mean, you can still say that. I've heard this addressed already once before, but essentially, you can be brilliant without being right at the same time. You can say that somebody is brilliant but still think they're evil.
That these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why.
And Putin probably wants you elected for president so that he can just bully around the rest of the Western world more, so that he can go ahead and push himself more and more into Ukraine.
So many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. the leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid.
Trump-
Maybe that's what he was referring to earlier when he said that he would not allow Putin, or at least implied that he would not allow Putin to build the Nord Stream pipeline. Is that there's like some mutual agreement for some reason, or that for some reason the United States is involved, needs to like sign a signature on for Putin to build a pipeline between his country and Germany and other European powers. That's very weird. I'm against internationalism, and I'm especially, generally speaking, I'm especially against internationalism in this kind of way. Like, I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, the fact that the United States has such mad influence that can be kind of that can be a bit of a wet dream of some people, and it almost makes you feel kind of powerful. And I know that Sitch and Adam, they like to always be going on and talking up about how, oh, it's so awesome, America, fuck yeah, and all that stuff. But in all reality, I don't think we need to be having a say on whether or not that European powers end up building pipelines with their own neighbors. It's just ridiculous that we have a say in that at all.
A lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Historic, huh?
The ABC News presidential.
All right. Yeah, I think I am going to call it good here because, what was it? Minus 1 hour, 53 minutes. All the way to the minus hour 11 minutes. So not including commercial breaks, I would have still about 42 minutes left to go. And that's not including all the pausing time that I have to do in order to give myself time to respond to all this. At the rate that I'd be going, I would seriously be taking myself all the way to like 2 or 3 a.m. or something. And I just can't afford that kind of loss of sleep right now. I mean, unlike Monkey, I'm a working man. And yeah, I cannot afford that. You know what? I guess to end this live stream off before we leave, I'll go ahead and play the YouTube poop that Skylar had shared us a little bit earlier. It's just 2 minutes. Let's just have ourselves a laugh to cap off this live stream, and then we will go ahead and end it. And probably emphasis, well, maybe not probably, but possibly, emphasis on the word possibly, finish the rest of the coverage of the debate tomorrow evening. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris after 2024 presidential debate. Cool beans, whatever.
Nevada, join me in welcoming the little bitch, Kamala Harris.
No, man, it's probably gonna like is this gonna copyright strike me? The fact that there's a Highway to Hell playing right now. I'm a little bit scared right now. I don't want my live stream to be taken down. Not completely, anyways. I mean, if there's a bit of a copyright claim to where that I'm not able to monetize, well, then whatever. But I don't want this live stream taken down entirely. Oh, God.
Hey, Nevada!
Okay, thank God it's done.
Oh, my fucking ass crack is getting so tight. It's bleeding. We will continue to raise taxes for America's families so they have no chance to get ahead. Joe Biden, a sexual predator and a human trafficker who abused women and raped children with asthma. But we like sexual predators. The last time I was here, I got too high and fucked Joe Biden. And I got hepatitis and AIDS. I sucked my gang husband. Slim it so deep until the very end. I jacked off Stephen Horton and returned dead penis. My dad loves my tits. He's getting hard as a motherfucker. I am masturbating my pussy every day of the week. I am a crack hard. I beat dicks. So Nevada, hear me when I say I sucked off Donald Trump's big and balls, and he came on my face.
Oh, fuck.
I promise you. I went to him so hard his foreskin ripped off into his throat. I will take off my
Oh, fucking ouch. Oh. Okay. I have to play this like tomorrow when I go back to having a part 2 of review of the debate, just so I can have like more of an audience to share the reaction to with this YouTube poop. This is too gold. This is too golden. Oh fuck.
We have a full-on gangbang on this stage today. I love incest porn. I gave my son a head in 7 days.
What?
A job at McDonald's. No cap. I have ass cancer and diabetes. I took illegal drugs and ate do on a farm. So Nevada, today I ask you, are you ready to come?
Oh man. Oh, that was too good. Thank you, S-Man. That was funny. YouTube poop. Gaston's ultimate mission to obtain some Taco Bell. Okay. Whew. All right. Well, I think that's what I'm going to leave you all off on. On that hilarious note, hope you all enjoyed it, and yeah, I'm tired. I'm really tired, and just I can't do it anymore. So thank you all who have watched this live stream. Like I said, I'll make an effort tomorrow, but I'm gonna say no promises. But I'm gonna try to make it a lot quicker than 4 hours at least, to get through the remainder of the debate. And hopefully ABC will not have taken down the debate live stream, so that I'm like therefore unable to do coverage the rest of the way of the debate. But yeah, I got work in the morning. Y'all have a good night. And what can I say so far from this debate? Well, the usual stereotypical thing. We are screwed. May God protect America from both of these clowns. Bye-bye, y'all. God bless, and good night. Dang it.